Now recording. All right. Hello, Craig. So last time on Well Dressed Bones, our players went out to search through the Pleasure District for the mysterious Hyunju, who is a contact they are supposed to be making, give them information about the disappearance of one of the Japanese gods. And while people seem to know who that was and send them in the right direction, um, they found that unfortunately she was not present. She was not at home, as in fact her place was being torn apart and ransacked by a local gang, claiming that she had been running a drug operation without permission or giving the gang its proper cut. The evidence you found when you explored the house does not necessarily support that proposition, but you also saw a lot of evidence that Hyungju is a magic person in some regards, and that therefore whatever services she may or may not be offering may not be understandable to a mortal gang and may be more easily explained by drugs or something like that. In exploring her residence, you lied to the gang that you were a crew of movie producers here to scout locations for a film, as well as recover the prop jewelry from a young actress that has gone missing in Hyungju's presence. Um, and honestly, got in pretty good with the gang. I will say I entirely statted those guys out because I was expecting that to be a battle that you were doing, but whatever. It doesn't matter. You successfully won without combat. Um, but your deception carried you through, got you on their good side, and as you searched Hyungju's place of business slash probably residence, um, Fish found magic symbol work hidden in the decorations, especially in the sort of like entranceway and leading to and being controlled by sort of the main room where the proprietor would sit. Um, and with Kekano's help, managed to say, first of all, place smelled very strongly of fox, and also find little hidden compartments with some drugs and also some papers that Fish um, managed to hide away before they were seen by the gang members. Papers in Korean and seemingly lightly encoded in some way or otherwise not easily intelligible, but clearly important if they were hidden this well. And after that, seeking to maintain your cover and good relations with the gang. You spent the rest of the day with them, getting shown around, shown cool locations, going to gambling parlors and nice lunch and dinner and heavy drinking. And now you have successfully returned to your hotel. Um, Cal and May are both fairly drunk, and we're talking about calling their respective partners. And Fish, um, trying to be productive, was trying to translate the hidden paperwork before falling asleep in their own room. And so we open on, it's about probably 3 in the morning local time, and May and Cal are in the room they're sharing, and I believe Cal was going to call first.
Yeah, so May has just braided her hair because, as Ellie said, she wanted her to look pretty for an entirely auditory call.
Yep.
It's about the
And
confidence.
what was that?
It's about the confidence. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
It shows in your voice.
I think
Cal
Cal
is like doing this the entire time. She nails out.
I'm gonna say, unless you stop me, Patrick, I'm gonna say Cal's gonna cast a healing word on herself just because she's like, I don't be more motivated to not be sleepy and like be able to like call her boyfriend for an hour, and I'm gonna use that as a bit of a cheat to get her not as bad.
First of all, I will say, Ink, I believe you said last session that Kekino went to like bed with you and was like supervising.
Yeah.
Do you
When I
want to?
said them, I meant them
Okay.
singular.
Them
not
singular
them
rather than them
plural.
plural. Yeah. Okay.
Kekino went to bed with Dad.
Yeah, Kekino is supervising a sleeping fish, and making worried noises while curled up on them. Yes, give healing word. Give me, because it's not like a restoration spell that like cures the poisoned condition or something like that. I'll say give me a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah. I said healing word because I watched too much actual play. I meant cure wounds.
Yeah, same kind of thing. It doesn't cure you of like the poison condition or status ailments or things. So give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, that's great. That's a 17.
17. Okay. With a 17, you sort of, you don't become like less drunk so much as you speed run the process of metabolizing alcohol. So you feel so drunk and so sick for like a solid 5 minutes, and then after it you're coming out much better. You just basically went through like the next hour of being really intoxicated in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, Cal detoxes herself and then offers one to May.
It's genuinely like there is alcohol smelling sweat coming out of your arms. It's just like
I'm imagining
you're just
also Cal
purging.
is. I imagine Cal is also doing the like sitting on the edge of the bed, hands on the knees, like.
Yes.
I was getting
Maybe
curled up in a
Sanders, like-
ball on the floor.
Maybe that is like, no, I'm okay.
Cal, like, okay, suit yourself.
It is not a pleasant experience, but for Cal, it is probably far more pleasant than continuing to be intoxicated for a long time. Yeah.
Still drunk enough to think this is a good idea.
Yes. Very fair. Definitely, like, in that, like, strong tipsy, but no longer incredibly impaired.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. So once she's done that, she'll pick up her sending stone and call Jamal and start just with bonjour.
Oh, bonjour, collisionist. Hi. Is everything okay? Did you need anything? How are you?
In French, she's gonna go, are you not going to continue practicing your French?
Oh, he says in like French that it like swings between like very grammatically correct and being like, I'm searching for a word, just that word. Okay, so it's very much like, oh yes, I can absolutely practice my French. Good? You good? Are you good? There it is. Just like that level of being like, it has a lot of like competence, but is not yet like natural in it. Definitely has to be like thinking about everything he's saying. So in slightly broken French, he just says, "Yeah, I can continue to practice. Hello, Colliginus. Is there anything you need? Or are you just calling to, check in and say hi, or?"
Calling to call, I suppose. And I'm sure May's like, calling, I suppose, to call.
Which is fine, right? I'm allowed. I should call you. I probably don't
Yes,
call you
yeah,
enough.
you should call me. I love it when you call me. Yes.
Yes. No, I just wanted to call. And we are here in Korea successfully. And we no one knows is who I am. I am a movie producer now. And we are
Oh,
making a movie.
okay.
But we're not making a movie. That's what we
But
but
you're
we're
not
telling
making a
everyone we're making
movie.
a movie.
Okay. You're telling everyone you're making a movie. So is this a fish thing then?
When the fish started, it may really probably put the wheels on it and is mostly continuing it, I would
Okay.
say. And then I'm the producer, which is, I
Okay.
guess, sort of the Abbott of a movie. I don't know.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what a I don't really know what a producer does. Um, yeah, I don't really see a lot of films, to be honest. Don't have anyone to go with. I mean, unless you want to go. Sometimes you don't really strike me as like a film person, but um,
I've only seen like 2 movies. And Fish tried to make me watch a movie, but I didn't want to spend time with them. This was early on. But yeah, no, I've only seen like 2 movies.
what movies have you seen?
What movies has she seen? Has she seen Roman Holiday? Or has Fish tried to beg her to watch Roman Holiday, genuinely expecting her to like it, and she said absolutely the fuck not? That one, yeah. She's probably seen 2 like random French films that like Tinnitus thought was like appropriate enough.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, no, one that Tinnitus thought was appropriate and one that like at least snuck her out too, and they're both French.
Mm-hmm. Um, there's I haven't watched a lot of movies. The last one I saw that I remember really liking was I think called Cinderella. It was a like a animated kind of like a moving pictures movie. It was really nice. The lead kind of reminded me of you in a different like way because she's like a drawn um, picture. So yeah, movies are good. We should see more movies, especially if you're gonna be a movie person.
Mm. Yes. Don't they? They make a lot of. They make a lot of movies based on books, don't they?
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
that's why I saw it. It's actually really interesting because this is sort of an old Germanic legend is the version that most people are familiar with, but there is a couple of different versions. I was having to do research for the archive because we were updating sort of the historiological policies regarding some of the gnomish people, and so we wanted to check the deep lore, and then somebody I was working with is like, they made a movie about this, and that was I think it was called like Whitey and the Seven elves, I think, and I liked it, and it was good. And then they showed me Cinderella, which was interesting.
Mm. Well, yeah. No, I'm. Maybe we can do that. Movie theater in town. I don't even know. But
I
yes.
I don't believe they have like a movie theater in the nearby. But maybe we could set up like a screening for the temple that doesn't. That sounds like it would be a lot of fun.
That sounds lovely. You're very lovely, Jamal. You come up with such excellent ideas, and you understand like activities and fun and team building. I don't get any of that, so I'm very grateful that you and I are always on the same page.
Thank you, Caligulus. I think we're all on the same page too, and I really value what what you do. I don't think we could, make this happen without you. And yeah, I'd love to watch a movie with you sometime.
All right, that sounds nice. And I'm glad you recognize what I do, and I want to, in turn, recognize you and what you do, and I don't want you to feel underappreciated. I think it's good that we are in complete understanding of things and that we know exactly what the other wants and all of that.
Yep, we both know what the other person wants, and we communicate, and it's all good.
Yes, precisely.
Yes, um, precisely. Um, um, I hope you're doing really well, and it sounds like you're having a good time. But don't have too good of a time. I hope we can I can see you soon, and we can have a nice a movie night or
Yes, no, I have to stay out for a while because I don't want to come back until after the 20th, but yeah, no, when I do come back, we can do the movie thing. That's fine.
oh right, the 20th. Right, you hear some like papers shuffling. He's like, we did have a letter from uh, uh Reverend Mother Shepherd.
Mm.
It just was. It seems like just like sort of formality things, just kind of like arranging a next visit. We were talking about that kind of like training transfer where we send a couple people and they send a couple people and we move over for like a week or something. Nothing suspicious yet, but I was planning on just kind of holding on to it and not responding for a couple days, so there was less chance of her.
She's going to show up
Remembering.
regardless on the 20th, so I'm hoping to arrive
Okay.
after she's gone.
Okay. And is this are we activating the fish protocol or just the no? No, fish is with you. Okay. So we'll disable the extra security and just let Elise in. Yeah.
No, it's not like an emergency thing. It's just my birthday, and she's going to be insufferable about it. So I just want to not be there. So I
Right.
will be in Korea
Yeah.
with people who don't know it's my birthday, and then when she gets bored, she will leave.
Yes. Uh-huh. Yeah. No one else cares about your birthday other than your sister. You just hear him like writing so hard in the background.
Exactly. And I am worried she's told Metal, but I don't know. Metal hasn't said anything of the sort to me, but she might have. And I don't want anyone else to know.
Um. Let me roll for something. Let me see. Okay. Jamal goes, wait, Metal, and like talks to himself. You can hear him kind of like flipping through papers, and then going, okay, it's just an invitation to another party. Yeah, Metal doesn't. Yeah, Metal seems to not be in the loop, or at least not reaching out quite yet.
Oh, huzzah. Wonderful. Alright, well, no wonder you know. Oh, I suppose you know. But that's fine. We're on the same page.
Yeah, of course, we're on the same page. You hear him like rapidly crossing stuff out on his paper.
Yes, well, that is what will delay me. But then when that is past, I will be back and in your arm company. And
Yes, in my arm company.
I think she does giggle like that.
She goes, and then we can do the movie thing, the Cinderella. That sounds nice. We should spend more time reading as well. I would rather, if we're going to see movies, I still would like equal time for reading. Just reading in silence. That sounds
No.
nice.
No, I understand entirely. Okay, well, that sounds great, and I'd love to do that, and I love you, and uh, uh, stay safe, please.
May will take care of me, as well as Kakano.
Yeah. May and Kekano are both there. I'm a little concerned, to be honest, that the movie thing is a May thing rather than a fish thing. You get a little more sucked into the May things, I think.
Well,
But
they're
yeah,
a lot less half-baked. Fish's things are very, like,
okay.
half-baked, and May goes a little more all out. So it's a little easier to kind of get sucked into it, you know?
By what you've told me, that sounds about right. Yeah.
Well, thank you for answering. It was nice speaking to you, and you've really practiced your French.
Oh, thank you. I mean, I've been, I've been messing up here or there. I can tell, and I obviously need to practice more. But it's hard to find the time. Running the temple. We're both so busy. Maybe a nice, relaxing kind of movie screening time could fix that. That would be great.
Yes, we could watch French movies with subtitles. That would really help you. I'm not actually sure I'm going to remember how to speak English, so this is good that you're good.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. French movies with French subtitles sounds good.
No, I meant English subtitles. But no, I suppose French would make sense. I don't know. Maybe we'll do both. Maybe we'll transition from the English subtitles to the French subtitles. Yes, we are. It is such a pleasure to speak with you, Jamal, because you understand what I'm saying, and you want what I want, and we are always communicating.
Yeah. Well, stay safe, and what time is it there? Oh goodness. Get some good sleep. I hope. Hope you're not up late working, and I will talk to you soon.
I won't be going to sleep quite yet because Cinder and May have to call, and I don't want to go in the hallway because it is scary there.
Okay. Scary hallways aren't good. Yeah. I agree. Okay. Yeah. Excellent. God, it's all fast then. Okay. Yes. Goodbye, Cal. Sorry, I need to go. Something's pulling my attention away. You're great. Get a good night's sleep. Click.
All right.
Did May start the call with Sinner while Cal was still on the phone, or were you waiting because you wanted to eavesdrop?
May would have absolutely eavesdropped that entire thing unless Cal was like, fuck off.
No.
So it's up to you, May.
No, she would have allowed it.
Yeah. May like, so it's your birthday? Coming up. Interesting.
Cal is probably has laid back on the bed to have this call, and then realized May was listening in, and was like, "No, I need privacy." So just kind of like rolled over slightly.
Is that what May says? So it's your birthday?
Yeah, May would be like, so your birthday's coming up.
Very delayed. Cal goes,
no, I was saying that to come up with an excuse for why I wasn't coming. No, that doesn't sound. Yeah, I don't like it. And Elise is going to make too much of a dig of it. Yes, no, I'm not a fan.
Alright, well, I will not bring it up because you don't want to talk about it, but I do care about your birthday, and if you wanted to do anything to make it vaguely less miserable, I would be very open to the idea.
Then most less miserable would be us, probably at that point on a plane, maybe back in Sudan, and no one acknowledges my birthday, and Elise is not on the same continent of us. That is a win.
I'll do my level best. Now, if you'll excuse
Thank
me,
you.
I'm
Plane
going to
trackers.
annoy Sid for a second.
Plane trackers don't exist, so you're like calling your friends at the airport, being like, "Can you track this tail number?" And it's like, "Where is Elise right now?" And she's just like following you a couple of days afterwards. Yeah. Okay. Through the wall, Kekino shocks out of sleep because something really important I gotta know happened. And he falls back asleep as he misses the birthday conversation entirely. But he knows.
Fish rolls over and is just going like, oh, calm down, buddy. Go back to sleep.
Just snatch him into that stuffed animal hug.
The nightmares aren't real.
And yeah, you go to call Sinner. He does not pick up, and then about 2 minutes later, he calls you back. Do you did you like go like, well, fuck this, and like put your stone down and try to go to sleep, or because otherwise he'd probably reach you.
She would be like, I don't know, go into the bathroom to get ready for bed. But if she had she would pick it up.
Yeah, and then your stone starts pulsing a little bit, and yeah, it's Sinner. Pick it up, and you hear, "Hey May, sorry about that. Just had a emergency call with Jamal. Apparently, Cal can't speak English. He's a little concerned. Something about maybe her being poisoned or under some sort of magical effect. Maybe a kind of curse. I don't know. He just wanted me to come in and check in with you, see if I knew what was going on."
May like hand over the stone, looks at Cal, and in French is like, Jamal was a little bit worried about you.
Cal pouts and tilts her head and be like, but how would Sinner know that? How would Sinner know that?
Just a hunch I back to the
You suddenly remember the sending stone connection you made for Sinner and Jamal, and on Sinner's it has carved BFL boyfriend line on it. the emergency information system.
And May says, well, there's no need to be worried. Delicious is quite fine. Everything is totally good, but I do have some very exciting news.
Okay, yeah.
Well, it turns out I'm going to be making a movie in Korea next year.
Super. Yeah. That's great.
You don't sound very excited, Sinner. Is there a problem?
No, I'm extremely excited. That sounds like great. You definitely have the ability to make a movie. So you've been drinking tonight.
I guess it would be deception. And May's going to say, only a little bit. I'm with completely trustworthy people.
If okay, yeah. I was gonna say, if you were gonna say I'm stone cold sober, that's absolutely deception with disadvantage. He just goes, Uh-huh. Yeah. Why don't you tell me about your movie and the fun night you had with movie people, I assume?
Yes, they were, renowned in the industry here locally. Definitely not gangsters.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I know how the film industry famously is not full of criminals. That's yeah. We both know that.
Sure do. So, if you happen to get anyone calling around asking for a Mabel Gallagher, just, tell them I'll get back to them.
Right. Would they be calling me? Did you give out my office phone or
Look, the people need me, they'll go through any avenues to reach me. Don't worry about it. I'm just letting
of course,
you know.
you are very much in demand. Yes, I will take care of it. So you're safe now? You're not calling me from the bathroom of the bar or a production meeting?
No, the production meeting ended, checks the watch, about an hour ago.
Great. Okay. Excellent. And the other part that you didn't answer, you're in a safe place. You've got water.
I
The
mean,
others are with you.
Look, dude, this accent is horrendous, and I can't maintain it for much longer. Yes, it's fine. I've stayed in worse places. I've stayed in better places, but the door is locked. So, what else can I do at the end of the day?
Well, there's locks and there's locks, and the others are with you.
Oh, Caligulus is here. You can hold the stone out to Cal. Say hello, Caligulus.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Even in this state, to Sinner, she goes,
Hello.
Static to be here, as you can tell.
Right. Okay. And then I assume Fish is somewhere. Well, Fish can handle themselves. Okay. Well, if Fish is gone, I'm not going to worry that much. All right. And the door is locked. And you got a trash can by the bed. And you've been drinking water.
Hey, of course, I've been... Sinner, please. I'm not some amateur.
Of course, I know. It's just sometimes you get a little excited when you've been out, and
I've never heard you object.
You don't want to take care of yourself. Well, I mean, usually you get excited in that way, and then I have to drag myself out of bed to get you more water and a trash can because you're out. So.
Look, I think the important thing to take away from this conversation is that I'm about to be a very famous movie director.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And
I'm going to be flooded with calls.
Yes. You don't need to worry. Because there are no gangsters involved.
Mm-hmm.
And even if there were, which there weren't, all I had to do was, show off my tats and smile at them, and, it was all fine.
Right. Showing off the tattoos. I have seen that before. Yeah. I think Sinner is just like absolutely flashing back to just like a night out in Cairo, a night out in Khartoum, just like maybe being like, don't fuck with me, and then like starting to lift up and showing the tattoos. He's like, no.
And, just really to say that I find you moderately tolerable and that you don't need to worry about me.
Yeah, I find you pretty tolerable yourself. Give me a insight check.
Oh. I feel like it should be with disadvantage because she is not doing too hard.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, it's still 16.
Okay. You can tell that, like, he is, through the worry, he is, like, glad you're having a fun time. And the worry is mostly, like, him not being there to kind of, like, keep an eye on you with a little bit. But not that, like, he's He's worried because he's not there to keep an eye on you, not because he thinks that you're going to make bad decisions necessarily.
That's fine.
But he is not really like hiding something necessarily, but you can tell that like he is very purposefully like making the conversation about you and is not talking about like how he's been doing. And you can sense like that kind of like relief of laughter of when somebody's like really stressed and you're like telling a fun story. So it's like maybe, you know, work's not going well or there's dangerous situations back home. He's relieved to hear from you and he thinks your stories are funny, but also he like needed the laugh to a certain extent. Whether you want to like pursue that or not is up to you.
She would. She's not that far gone. I think she would say, so how was your day, which was not filled with movies and gangsters?
Yeah, I mean, well, it was filled with government, which are, you know, like gangsters.
God forbid.
Well, yeah, you know, we had that short call when you got in safe, but otherwise, yeah, things have been a little busy, a little hectic. Had to work late last night, early in this morning. Just a lot of moving pieces.
Are you getting overtime?
Well, yes. Or as you know, I'm putting in the timesheets, but I'm cutting it a little bit. You know, you don't want to. I'm doing, you know, an extra 8 hours, and then you're like, well, I'll put in an extra 3 hours. You know, don't want to seem like I'm not a team player. No, but that's a very funny bit to do. But he just, yeah, he seems a little stressed, and he just says, "Oh, you may want to know that that friend you made that you asked me to check in on, Miss Cole and her assistant. Seems like conversations with the cultural ministry have gotten to a good place, or at least a ending place, and they're leaving tomorrow now. So, you know, that's less people I have to keep an eye on, fewer moving parts. Most of the British delegation is actually going to be heading back, so it's a little bit easier for me. The African Sanctuary is still here, but they also seem to be wrapping up. Unfortunately, there's you know, some stresses. People coming and going is always a stressful time, and there's been some concerning security news that I've had to keep an eye on.
Is there anything I should know?
Nothing yet. Just a lot of potential things. You know, if there was a threat I could really get my hands around, I could deal with it. It's always when it's nebulous that I have a problem. I believe I told you there's a known contractor, sometimes killer for hire, that's in the area, although not in the country. We've been seeing some movement from him, and I have met him once, mostly know him by reputation, and he is a little bit of a subtler touch. So if I am getting signs that he's moving around, that may mean that he wants to be noticed. And although he does not always work with a partner, he has been known to many times. So of course I've got to know what both the left and the right hand are doing. May have nothing to do with us, may not come into the country, but always got to be vigilant.
Well, it's a good thing that you're such a big, brave, strong man, then, isn't it?
I wish I was a big, brave, strong man with fewer worries.
Yes, well. You'll take care of it, you always do.
Thanks. And it is a load off my mind to know that you're taking care of yourself and staying safe too.
So safe, Sinner.
Yeah,
I'm very safe.
not making business deals with gangsters at all.
But technically, I didn't make any deals. Technically, I mean...
I thought you said you were making a movie.
Theoretically.
Right, theoretically.
Conceptually. Alright, well, I'm going to go clean all the street filth off of me. Maybe do my hair, and then go to bed. Because I think Legionus probably needs more of a nap than I do. Maybe. I don't know.
Alright,
Because I'm all safe, it's all good, and I'll see you in, hopefully soon.
Yeah.
Which, as you know, is a metric time measurable, of course.
Yes, hopefully soon. Well, finish up, and I'm looking forward to having you back here.
Hangs up.
Yeah, he does that thing about like he said goodbye, but he doesn't actually want to like say goodbye. So he just kind of like stays on the line without saying anything until you hang up. Yeah, it's he is clearly like under stress, and like normally he would be stressed about what you were saying that what you were saying is like happening and like danger you're in and stuff like that. Unfortunately, that's kind of like becoming a secondary concern because his job is also very stressful right now. So it is it is a thing of being like he's got a lot of worries right now, and it doesn't really help to have you be distant to a certain extent, and as you have this conversation, you also probably like do some quick math in your head and realize that like that's like he really like you could hear kind of like office sounds in the background of stuff like that. Like he was clearly like leaving work, and you do some like quick math and it's like, oh, he should have been home like 4 hours ago. Like definitely that thing about being like, okay, well, I'm now a little concerned about Sinner, but oh well. And then yes, most likely he immediately calls Jamal. It's like, here's the rundown. They were drinking. Cal's okay. They're safe in the hotel room.
Instead of like creating their own timeline.
Yeah. We need to get Fish's side of the story.
Meanwhile, in their hotel room, Fish has rolled over and woken up very briefly, but they're half conscious. And they've like stumbled around to find what they think would be the sending stone, and they're going, Isle, why don't you talk to me anymore? Isle. She's not saying anything. It's because they're speaking into a bar of soap. That's the bit.
I was just thinking about like
the
hotel concierge on the other end of the line, just listening to this really sad. Isle, hi, this is the front desk. Can I help you? Isle.
Fucking saying that.
Okay.
They're picking up the bar of soap and they're like, this sending stone doesn't even smell like you anymore.
Yeah.
God, incredibly sad.
Yeah. They will not remember this. They're not conscious.
Yeah.
The bar of soap also gets on the group chat with Jamal and Sinner.
They're talking to me again. Yeah, does everyone kind of go to sleep after that?
Yeah, Maze in the Family Guy pose. Sorry, Cal, I hope it's a big bet.
Yeah. Then, if everybody is going to sleep, I need Fish to roll a. Yeah, we'll do evens or odds. Just roll a d20 for me.
Okie doke. That's 2, which is an even.
Okay. With a even, the it's this weird sort of thing where you are right now, where you're in a decent hotel. Soundproofing in here is probably a little bit better than you should be, which is another sign that this is not a hotel that is like intended for long-term stays. This is a sex hotel. And the city blocks immediately around you are quiet-ish, but you're close enough to the pleasure district that like it's loud. It's like the local theme park is like setting off fireworks of being like, it's not right on you, it's distant, but you can absolutely hear it. And as that fades away into the background, the sounds of speaking and cheering, people having kind of a fun night, sort of fades and shifts, and you hear rummaging, and you smell sweat and unwashed bodies, and see a grocery store you don't recognize, closed for the night, and a hand reaching out, grabbing the lock, tugging on it, for a sound startles whoever this is. Turn. You feel so much fear and paranoia. You can feel your heart racing, can feel sweat tracking through the grime on your body. And the hand, it's not Isles, it's not anyone you recognize, just a hand. You don't know who this is, but in a brief flash of connection, you you experience what this person maybe is experiencing, maybe has experienced. Sometimes your connection connects to memories rather than currently what's happening. But for just a moment, you feel something. And then that there's something in the dark. And it's hunting you. And then you all wake up the next morning / probably afternoon.
Probably. Can I roll to probably not for a couple of hours, but just eventually after sitting and eating breakfast and then going, okay, who even was I in that? What?
Although like when you were having the vision, it seemed very clear. By the time you are like awakening, it's kind of like foggy fragments. I would say roll an investigation check with double disadvantage, and we'll see like what you can pick out of your memories.
Double disadvantage is actually very exciting for me. I've never done it before. Interesting.
How does that work? Do you roll 3 times and it's the worst one?
You roll 3 times and it's the worst one. Yep.
That's a 10.
Okay. 10 with investigation?
Yeah, the lowest roll was 7.
Okay. first thing you remember is you remember like the grocery store decently clearly. The like details of kind of like where you were physical location wise are kind of like fuzzy and hard to hold on. You mostly feel like the emotionality, the fear, the like a certain amount of anger and like life-threatening terror in a way. Um, and but you don't like you feel like I did this thing, but you don't like remember doing it. It's kind of like you told yourself that you do it, that kind of like memory. But you remember the grocery store decently well, and you remember the hands decently well. Hands were dirty, kind of like broken, like not well maintained fingernails, dirt under the nails, not particularly hairy, kind of a little bit, not like uh, pale, kind of a little bit of a more tan skin tone, kind of close to yours, slightly darker than yours, and the grocery store you remember, little mom and pop shop, not a chain, but the signs were in English. And for some reason, you're like focusing on the for some reason you're focusing on like the window displays, and with a 10, um you remember like there was a sign for like fish cutlets or something like that, and in the text right under the sign is like U.S. tax rates apply or something like that. So it's like, oh, I'm somewhere in the United States.
Mhm. Mhm.
And like who you were, what you were, you don't really know. With a 10, you feel like you were maybe a little bit shorter than you are potentially, but it's hard to know because when you're like afraid, people tend to like hunch down when they're afraid and like running from something. It's hard to know if like that was the difference in perspective. You don't think unless somebody was like the person you were with was like crouched that they were significantly taller than you. But yeah, that's kind of what you get, this brief moment of connection. And with a 10, I will say that yeah, a 10 is high enough that it rings with like a certain amount of truth. A big like, this wasn't just like a random dream or nightmare. This was some kind of activation of your powers in some way. Um, and probably brings to mind like the fact that after the ceremony you are connected with this much like wider web of people who you like don't know. Yeah, it's this thing of being like, maybe this is kind of a new expression of your powers. Maybe this is a memory happening to like, one of those people who's like, oh, well, like magically speaking, they're like my second cousin because also their grandparent was like someone who prayed to my dad and got powers that way. Like all of those kind of like people you're kind of sort of connected with might be something like that in another way. You don't think it was Jonas with a 10. That's about all you can be like, okay, definitely wasn't Jonas running scared through an alleyway. Not that he would be, but I am still connected to him. And yeah, you all wake up. Um, you all wake up in the kind of early afternoon, probably. How y'all feeling?
Do
Can we roll for that?
You can if you want. Yeah, if you
Do
want to roll for
constitution?
hangover, you absolutely can. Do you want to?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll leave a
Constitution
roll
saving throw.
Sure.
Con
The
save.
16. That sounds fine.
Yeah,
18.
18. Um. May has really bad dry mouth, but otherwise was like, I got my water. I know how to like take care of myself. I was, kind of like mid passing out and then being like, wait, what would Sinner do? I've only had one glass of water. I need to get a second one, kind of thing. Like that kind of like autopilot taking care of yourself that you only vaguely remember the next day. You are okay. You're definitely like, you're probably a little. You're probably a little bit like, I might be getting a little too old to be drinking with gangsters until the early hours of the morning. That first time when you're like really out late, when you're like when you're hitting your late 20s, early 30s, and you're just like, oh, this used to be so much easier.
Yeah. A pain that I'm intimately familiar with, yes.
But overall, you're doing fine. With a 18, Cal, like, you absolutely got this thing of, like, you wake up and your sheets kind of smell like alcohol, and it's like, ugh, and then you realize that, like, you're fine. And whatever, like, healing procedure you use meant you, like, rapid detoxed, and you were kind of, like, okay in the night. You objectively don't feel great. Cal so often goes like without sleep or with really poor sleep or being things like that is like subjectively compared to how you often are, you're normal.
She just like me for real.
How much of a memory does she have? Because I definitely don't think she remembers anything from the bar. How much does she remember from like anything she got like back to the hotel?
I think she decently remembers. I think she remembers that she certainly remembers that she had a call with Jamal, and in the way of drunk memories, she was like, "I was so normal, and everything was okay." I don't think she remembers that she could only speak French, but she does probably go like, "Jamal's French is improving," and we talked about movies and having a movie night of being like, big picture stuff is there, but you've kind of like lost the subtext of being like, "Hey, are you okay? You're acting kind of weird." So yeah, I think you kind of remember all that. I think overall the like very late part of the night and getting back to the hotel is a little fragmented, and I think that's the same with May too, to a certain extent. Fish was the one who navigated you home, so Fish probably has the best memory of actually like getting back here. Did you roll a con save for Fish?
I did, yeah, it's an 8.
Okay, it's an 8. You wake up and you feel pretty bad. It definitely like sleep streaks, like creased, like drool on your face, like that point in which you can tell your body is like, you've slept enough, it's time to get up, and your brain is like, did I get like maybe 3 hours? Like I did not. I did not get enough like quality sleep. There's soap in the bed for some reason. It is like smeared into the sheets a little bit, and there's like a little bit of a lather where you've been drooling, and Kekino looks really not great. He looks kind of sick and not feeling well.
Does he look mangy?
Not mangy necessarily. He just looks a little sick, a little ill, and maybe it's like Kekino kind of absorbed some of your bad feelings or something, so you didn't have to, something like that. He like detoxed a little bit for you, but he's like, yeah, you're awake. I'm really thirsty. We should have water.
That sounds like a great idea. And how about that I give you a bath, buddy? Wouldn't that be nice as well?
Yeah, we're gonna splash around in the water. That does sound nice.
Yep. Did we go through a grocery store last night?
No. There was the guy on the street who tried to give us groceries.
Oh, okay. All right. What am I thinking of?
He had a cart and it was fruit and veggies, and you were like, "Yeah, I'll take some," and he was like, he said something about like having to pay for it, and then that became a thing, and then I think Colliginous grabbed you and we kept going.
Right. Yeah.
That might be
Yeah.
what you're
Okay.
thinking of.
Yep. And she was on the leash, and she didn't. But yeah.
Yeah, she started
Alright.
yanking you.
Yeah. Okay, buddy. All right. Well, I'll write the fucking translation.
It's just like
alright.
a nest. Some of it's like folded and kind of wadded up on the bed. There's a little bit of
Yep.
soap on the corner. It's still absolutely readable. It's just like, oh, these words are important.
Yeah.
I did not take care of them.
I slept on them. So yes, gathering up that stuff and just being like, all right, and then we'll fucking meet up with the ladies and get Kekano a bath and have
Mhm.
water definitely, and a cigarette and a cigarette and a cigarette.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, you get out like the 6 loose cigarettes you stuck in your pocket after Hekino shredded your box.
Yeah.
And yeah, maybe kind of like smoke with the window open, blowing it outside
leaning out the window.
yeah, while
Yeah.
kind of getting ready to start the day. Yeah, do you try to like work on the papers again before you meet up with the others, or you just kind of like meet up and try and get like breakfast / lunch somewhere before you try to figure out what to do next?
They would genuinely like to start working on it as soon as possible, but it's like I'm not in the right brain function for this. I should have a piece of food in my mouth first. So not until sitting down like at the table.
I think it's like that thing where it's like it's important, but you absolutely don't have the energy or brain space to do it. So Fish like drags themselves out to the hallway, eats some dirt from a potted plant, activates their like comprehend language, and then sits and looks at the paper and goes, "I'm not gonna fucking do this." And then goes to get the others some food.
Okay. I can't fucking do this right now.
Yeah, meet up with the others. Do either of you check in with like Sinner or Jamal, being like, "Oh, I know I called you. What did I say? You okay today?"
Yeah, hold on. Fish does. They didn't drunk call anyone, but they're like, "Hey, your girlfriend's alive. You don't have to kill me yet."
Click, and then somewhere Jamal is like, "Who was that? How did they have this number?"
No, absolutely for real. The one like time that Fish actually spent time in the temple, they stole Cal's Jamal sending stone because they were like, she doesn't need this.
Yeah. Yeah. They have a Jamal sending stone.
Copied it over to another one.
Just sitting there like a gun that they don't fire, but one day.
Chekhov sending stone.
You do your morning routine of trying to pitch up your voice to be like Cal's a passable impression, and then you try today and you're like, no, I don't have the energy, but one day I'll be good enough to pull this trigger.
Meanwhile, Fish does not know there is literally an artifact to make someone's voice sound exactly like Cal's.
Well, Fish doesn't have a copy of that.
And never will.
Yes.
That's
in recalling people, I think Cal would probably ask if May, like when make up with May and being like, and then not remembering very much and just being like,
did your call with Sinner?
Oh yes.
Well,
this was totally fine.
All right. I remember my call with Jamal going well. So
May remember Sinner being like, sorry, does May remember Sinner being like, Jamal is very worried?
I think you do remember that because drunk May probably thought it was very funny.
Yeah. Okay. I don't guess May doesn't say anything. in response to Cal's concerns. Just like makes polite, like, fine.
Hmm. I don't see there's really any reason to speak with him. What time is it now? Now that it's like 12 hours, not quite 12 hours later, probably like 10 hours later, 9.
Yeah, it's 1 p.m.
Yeah, it is probably like 1 p.m.
But what time is it in Canada?
In Canada, it is. Hold on.
Morning, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it would be morning. Because we were doing a bunch of stuff, I do genuinely have like the time zone converter up that I use for session scheduling. It is pretty late at night. It's like the middle of the night in at the temple. That doesn't mean Jamal is like not awake and working on stuff. In fact, the temple kind of keeps weird hours. It's definitely like most people go to sleep at like midnight or 1, and then they're just like up late. My schedule. but them, because they're goths. Me, because I have bad habits.
In that case, I think Cal goes,
Well, I'm sure he's done or about to leave. I won't bother him.
but I think she will tuck the setting stone that goes to Jamal in like her skirt pocket.
So she has it. Okay. You meet up. Kekino is very fluffy from his bath. He's got that like towel dry poof ball shape.
Also, there was very much a moment of like, oh, what are we going to use? Oh, there's a soap right here.
Yeah, that's why I had this. I had the thought Kekino needs a bath last night as I was going to sleep, and that's why I was in bed with me. It makes sense.
Obviously.
Yeah, you all meet up again in the hallway. I assume you're just kind of gonna look for food. This hotel doesn't have like a continental breakfast or anything, and
No,
if it
because
did,
it's a sex hotel.
yeah, and if it did, even if it did, it would have been long past. But there is like not like a market, but just like a little side table with like 2 toasters and like a loaf of bread that you gotta cut yourself, about being like, this is absolutely for like somebody who's leaving here at like midnight, of being like, I need to eat, I need to have something in my stomach right now to counteract the drugs or whatever.
Yep.
But yeah, so you can get some like toast or something, or you can wander outside and try and find like a food cart or a restaurant and get some lunch.
Cal's just going for toast.
Fish will look for outside because they can smoke outside without bothering anyone.
May will have a perfunctory piece of toast, but she's more eager for like actual street food.
Yeah. Fish, give me a perception check, and as May is getting her toast, you recognize the front desk person from yesterday, who just says, "Oh, Miss, I have a message for you."
Does anyone remember if May spoke in an American accent to this guy or not?
I don't think so.
I don't
No,
think she
okay,
did.
cool.
I think that was before you established your cover IDs.
Yeah. That's what I think, yeah. Thank you very much. Takes it. What is it? Opens it immediately.
But like as he's like getting it out and giving it to you, he also says, I reached out to some of my contacts about the goings on that you were interested in. If you wouldn't mind sharing any specific areas of interest, I have heard quite a few rumors. And of course, gratuity would be appreciated.
Of course, my dear lad.
Yeah, he pulls out what looks like, it's like business card sized, but it's clearly like not a business card. It's like cut off of a larger piece of paper. But he slips it over to you. On one side is a physical description of May, not a name, a rough description of what she looks like, and then the room numbers that you and Fish are staying in. And on the back is a phone number.
May like looks at it. Is there anything? Can she roll Arcana to see if there's anything magical on it? I suspect it's from the gangsters, but I want to check just in case.
Oh yeah, give me an Arcana check. And what was that perception check for Fish?
It was 8.
It was an 8.
Yeah.
You're mostly focused on smoking, but you do see that like there's not like a ton of there's not like street food within your view that you can obviously see, but you're kind of like you could smell on the wind some like good smelling food. There's definitely some local restaurants, and you kind of know the direction to wander to get to food.
Yep. Okay, I'm just thinking about the card. This is Ink speaking.
Did you bring Kekino outside with you?
Sure, yes.
Okay. Kekino is actively trying to climb your leg to like get the cigarette out of your hands.
Oh, he's in the arm already, so it's probably been already
He's
slapped.
like trying to like slap it out of your hand. Caligina says it's bad. She says you're dying.
I'm not dying.
But she says you're dying, and she would know because she's Caligina's, and she's pretty smart, and she knows about death things.
She would. She did say that?
Yes, she said that you're dying. She said your lungs are dying.
That's a shame.
Dad! What was the Arcana check for May?
That was a natural 26.
A natural.
Holy shit.
As in a nat 20 for a 26?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
This is
Sorry.
a piece of paper. There is not a single magical thing in there. You're getting into like, you're not just like looking for symbols hidden in the letters or enchanted ink. That's common shit. You're like holding it up to the light and you're making sure that there's not like watermark symbols in the weave that will activate. You're looking at all of this. You don't see any kind of magical traps or effects on it at all. It's actually, God, a 26 is so goddamn high. I will say, I mean, for free, I will give you. The gangsters like know your name, so unless this was like a rival gang and they also didn't have access to this gang's information, they would know what your name is. They wouldn't put a physical description, and you recognize that the phone number is like a local like telephone number. Not somebody from like back in Sudan or Canada or anything like that. Not a British number or anything. And God, with a 26,
Can I make a joke about the 26, by the way?
Yeah.
You know that the person who wrote this doesn't even know magic exists.
Yes. With a 26, you can classify every childhood illness the person writing this ever had. No, with a 26, there is one specific part of ink writing the phone number that has the barest spark of magic in it, as if the ink was like stored next to a magic charm or something like that. You're looking so thoroughly that it's like, this doesn't actually like tell you anything, but it's like, okay, somewhere this paper or the writing implements were in a place where there was magic, just probably coming from the Pleasure District in some way, because they've got all those symbols and stuff everywhere.
All right. He's a pretty straight face and asks the desk jockeys, the guy, who brought this in? Did someone call you?
Oh, no, there was a young woman who came in last night. I was not uh, on duty at the time. I was spending some time gathering those leads that you wanted. And he kind of like nods across the way. There's like, it's absolutely like not nice in any way. There is a small bar here that's not open now, but is clearly kind of like, you know, to bring the call girls before they go upstairs kind of thing. It's he was not working. He was here when this was given to him, but he was not actually working the front desk. He said, yes, a lovely young woman gave this to me.
Did she give you a name of her own?
No, I don't believe so.
Any description of the young woman?
Give me an insight check.
That's a 17.
You see his eyes kind of widen a little bit, and a little bit of panic, as if someone like searching for a memory that should be there and isn't. And it's kind of like, I'm not sure how I could describe her. Actually, yes, you know, she was very pretty. Yes, I'm sorry. I couldn't really put it into words.
I'm trying to come up with a way where they can feasibly touch this man for 6 minutes and identify him to see if he's under any sensitive magic. I think 6 minutes. Probably a long time for a customer to be touching an employee.
Okay, Fish can identify, like, hold on. How does that happen again?
It's a ritual for me.
Any spell you have as a ritual, you can also cast for its regular cost. So it is a thing of yeah. So it is a thing of like you can do it, you know, pretty instantly, or I think it's like reduced to like 1 minute or something like that.
What if we just like hang out in the room long enough to like soak up the vibes of the dude?
Ambience, yeah. The
I
ambience.
think identify does specifically say you need to be touching somebody. I think
That's
if you could feasibly find a way to be all up in his personal space for the time of casting,
ask for a shoulder massage.
I would accept that.
No, okay. I think it's feasible that May knows enough about sensitive magic, especially after meeting Tone and probably looking into that from a curiosity standpoint, that she can posit that he has had something done to his memory just from the panic of like, why don't I remember that?
I think a 17 is high enough to be like, this is somebody genuinely reaching for a memory and not finding it. This is not somebody who went, oh, I wasn't supposed to tell them who this person looked like and they threatened me and I know they're dangerous or something like that. Like, it is a genuinely reaching for it and it's not there.
Yeah, that's okay. In that case, she says, it's no problem. I imagine you were quite busy doing things last night. Winks at him. And it says, regards to information you may have about my person of interest, location and any strange going-ons that seem to be around her would be very helpful to me.
Oh, well, strange going-ons is a very broad topic, but I may have heard some things. And then he's just kind of like waiting, like, how much cash are you gonna give me? That's gonna depend on what you're getting.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like, I'm just thinking I've got 325 gold. How much is that in whatever money, roughly?
That is a good amount of money. Be aware that you have technically spent a chunk of that on transportation, bribes to this guy previously, you know, plane trip. You don't have like 325. You probably have like 200 or something.
Yeah, easy.
Which is still a pretty good chunk of change. Definitely like, definitely like, we'll say 2 gold would be a sizable bribe for information. 1 gold
Give him
would be like a
3.
small bribe for information. 3 is probably going to get you everything he knows.
Yeah, give him 3.
You get some information. Essentially, you learn of a murder that happened last night that was a that kind of like looked like an accident, but was actually part of an ongoing gang war that the police don't know about yet. But this is all very like given to you with like winks and nudges, like innuendo. It's like, oh yeah, there was an accident and this guy of this faction died, like rather than being like, here's exactly what happened. There was some sort of incident that people can't really explain, which is like a cue for you of like, maybe it was magic, that happened kind of north of the Pleasure District last night. No real notion of like what that is. It seems like mostly theories, but could be like kind of charitably described as like an explosion or something like that. No idea if it's related to anything you're looking into, just maybe people popping off. There's a new gang moving into town, but they're kind of weird. They seem to be some kind of like religious organization or something like that.
Pause.
Yeah.
When he says that, she says, do you know if they were called something like the Maharu? She'll like pull up her like just her sleeve a little bit and say, did they have some sort of logo that looks anything like these marks?
Oh no. I rolled a 17 for him on knowing this. He expresses to you that this group is not them. He does know who you're talking about, but they're not a gang. They are a social club that are kind of like more in the heart of the city. But yes, they are absolutely around. That's not who he's talking about. Who he describes to you are weird people who chant and wear all black, and you're like, okay, weirdos, or maybe like some kind of local necromancer or something.
If May passes this on, Fish is just like, oh yeah, necromancers. They're everywhere.
Yeah, there and Cal would know, although May and Fish probably would not know this. Of being like, there is necromancer adjacent groups, kind of worldwide in various places. Who knows if this is actually them, or if this is something entirely different, or maybe it's like, vampires or someone else who has a gothic aesthetic and acts weird. It's the thing of being like, you're getting information from a mortal who is not magically aware, and so it's like, okay, are these normal weirdos or are these magic weirdos? And what flavor of magic weirdos? A lot of information like that. You get a lot of the goings on. You get really good info on like a new drug coming to town. You get new info on like a really popular prostitute that is breaking ranks and jumping to a different territory of a rival gang. There's a very important local politician who's been caught with one of the prostitutes who seems to be his like mistress, and now all of the gangs are kind of like trying to leverage that into something. You learn like all the local secrets that this guy would feasibly know, and I would say that outside of anything you want to pick out of like the stories I already gave you, you just generally speaking have like a more full understanding of kind of the lay of the land in the Pleasure District, especially.
That's good. Mary thanks him profusely for his time, and then says, slides another coin across the counter and says, I may have made some interesting friends last night. If a man comes in here, what's his name again? May likes his name.
Zhang Yi?
Yeah, thank you. Who I assume you're familiar with.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, sorry.
Yeah.
So if a man named Zhonghai happens to come in asking questions about, anyone who matches my description from my little group, specifically asking for a woman named Mabel Gallagher. If you could please direct him elsewhere. I understand that may be a risk to you, so if you can't, that's all good. But if you could misdirect him where possible, much appreciated. Slides in the coin.
I rolled a nat 20 on him knowing who that is, so you just like see his eyes grow wide and he starts to like break out into a sweat a little bit.
Don't worry, he won't hurt you. He just likes me very much, and I have other places to be.
Cal, I will say, if this doesn't seem to be working, Cal will. I also kind of just want to do this for the joke. Cal will be in who's just silent, even standing there, will kind of lean onto the desk and go, "She has a partner already."
Okay. I would say give me a persuasion check with advantage then.
Perfect. Me or Ellie?
Probably Ellie. The DC is decently high because he knows who this is and is scared.
Yeah, all right. Fuck right, that's a 9. That's okay. It was worth a shot.
He
With
absolutely.
advantage?
Oh, that's right, with advantage, right? No. Now it's an 11.
He absolutely makes the he absolutely like makes the bribe disappear before he answers you, but he essentially says, I won't lie to him, but I will try to imply that you're elsewhere or otherwise engaged. Like, definitely, like, I'm not sticking my neck out for you. I will kind of like try.
Much appreciated.
You definitely like didn't buy his. You like kind of bought his loyalty with the information, but then you were like, "Oh, also really hard thing for not a lot of money," and he was like, "Ugh."
That's all right. Oh, good. And then May's going to hook her arm through Cal's and be like, "Well, should we go see how many cigarettes Fish has smoked in the like 20 minutes that we've been gone?" My bet's on 10, personally.
I think I'm hoping Kekino is starting to bury them. Yes, let's see.
I don't have that many left.
Yeah. Fish probably has had one or two, just in the like can't bring it to your mouth without also like blocking Kekino from trying to like scratch it out of your fingers.
Yeah,
just had to go real slow.
The cat that is reaching for your fork while you're trying to eat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll go outside.
Okay. You do also have, this phone number to contact this mysterious person.
Do.
You can inform the others about it. This is like, I'm not gonna be like, well, roll an investigation check to find a phone. You'll just be like, hey, here's some money. Can I borrow your phone for a minute or something?
May wants to talk to the others, not in front of this guy first.
100%. You head on out. Want to get some food?
Yeah, Fish has been scouting for a cart.
Yeah. No carts again with that perception check, but Fish knows the direction the good smells are coming from, and you probably ask Kekino, and he, is sniffs for food too, as you take a moment of his eyes being closed to take 2 more drags before the others catch up. Yeah, you can you head on down the street until you eventually find some local restaurants. Not really hole in the wall, but not nice. Just like the kind of dingy, old-fashioned places where the food's really good and really cheap, but also you're not gonna get like high quality cuts of beef or something here. This is very much like really good kind of peasant food.
I'd like to have a pause to discuss a skullduggery magical object that has come to my mind. Wasn't it like a physical thing that Ravel was holding to make people forget that it was him talking to them while he was being the man with the golden eyes? Like, because the concierge's reaction reminds me very much of Davina Ma being tied to the chair and being like, I'd love to tell you, actually. So, like, that was an object.
It was an object being kept in the sanctuary. I can't remember what it was, but I distinctly remember the scene of Skulduggery and Valkyrie being like, "Oh shit, this guy lives here."
Yeah,
Yes.
I do remember there being like scenes with like the man with yellow eyes where it doesn't describe having that object, but that's clearly like an omission, not because that wasn't where the effect was coming from. Yeah, I believe it is a physical object.
Okay. Well, there's probably more than one. Anyway, I just
There
wanted to
probably
get
is.
that thought
Yeah.
out.
While they're walking, May would fill them in on what the concierge said and like highlight that he's clearly been like something's happened to his memory, has been magically modified. And when she's done with that, then she'll also say, "I suspect that Hyungju has actually found us," and takes out the card.
Wow, that makes it a whole lot easier. Where's the phone?
I mean, you're in the restaurant now. You can just ask to use the restaurant's phone if you want to. If all of you, think this is a good idea, or Fish is gonna grab the card and just start dialing.
They have taken the card, at least, to read over it.
Mm-hmm.
And while they do, May will be like, it seems to have been the ink used to write on it was stored in something magical. So.
Fish can probably confirm that with like a quick Eldritch Sight. You just see like little bits of like, clearly was stored next to like a magic charm or something like that.
Yeah, and the person who wrote it didn't know magic existed either. Okay. On me. Yeah, sorry, I was looking for identify, and it's like, yeah, that is a 6-minute ritual. We can't touch the concierge for 6 minutes. Also, we've left. Still.
You can. You just probably shouldn't.
It just starts making out with the concierge.
I have an idea, but that we can try that when we get back in the evening. Fish looks around for a phone, but also has the documents to translate, and it's probably coming up on the hour, so it's like, I gotta go get some more dirt to eat and go the fucking thing. We were gonna do this. We can also call what feels right to you, Miss Gallagher.
May kind of drums her hand on the tabletop for a second, sort of chewing thoughtfully. Oh, no, sorry, we're not at the restaurant yet. Just kind of doesn't say anything for a moment and says, "Well, the way I see it, this is a pretty clear lead as far as I'm concerned. A risk, though. I also wonder if perhaps it's worth returning to the house, because now that the gangsters have left, she might have come back to pick up her prized possessions."
You do remember from yesterday, because this was long before the drinking started, that while the gangsters did leave,
They still left
Shanghai
people to wait.
left people to watch. Yeah, there were. He'd set up like a spotter in like the tenement across the street.
Right.
He's still at least was keeping an eye on it for when she comes back. Doesn't mean that's a bad idea. Just means it may be slightly more complicated than that.
Fish should remind May of that.
Yeah, May would just not have said that if she remembered that, which she would. In that case, yeah.
On the other hand, you also remember that there was like this trapdoor, like secret entrance and exit and entrance in the back, and the gang, or at least one of the gang members, like knows it exists because saw you mess with it. That doesn't mean they're necessarily like know where it goes or like have the people to watch it. It is at least theoretically possible for someone to like sneak into the house without being spotted. It's just it's not quite as simple as like, maybe she came back.
Okay, I have a thought, which is Fish could suggest that we go around like the back alleys of the house and speak to any animals who might know of a crawl space.
May's up for that.
Okay. It worked. I was trying to make I was trying to
Mooney's
make
thumb
that
up.
work the other day, and it never did.
I will say Mooney did it before and it didn't come up, so sometimes it's
Damn.
kind of random. And I don't know if you were looking, but your bubble came up. Your thumbs up bubble.
The thumbs up was it did it. Yeah, all right. We can we'll talk to some birds and creatures and street animals.
Are you gonna do that instead of calling or in addition to calling?
Not instead of calling. We certainly should call, but just as a thing about the house next
Yeah.
up. Yeah.
Definitely a good lead. Yeah.
Well, since May, since they left it for you, I think you should be the one to actually call because
Because I am in high demand. It is true, Fish. All right.
Yeah, you are the most in demand director in town. Certainly in our group.
Yeah, so when they get to the restaurant, May will just ask to use someone's phone.
Okay. There is also a potted plant near the front. If Fish wants to give me a sleight of hand check to re-up comprehend languages.
Yes, because while she's on the phone, they can do the translation stuff.
Yep. Absolutely. Okay. Yes, as long as you're purchasing lunch here, you're more than welcome to use their phone. So let's wait on that sleight of hand check for Fish.
17.
17, absolutely. You're just like, oh, what a beautiful plant. Nobody sees.
Handful for Kekino as well, just
Yeah.
for his own enjoyment.
He takes a little lick and he's like, let's play.
Sediment.
This is from a coastal dirt. Yeah, you can start translating the paperwork. I will say, give me a flat intelligence check, and for May, you call the number, and it rings. And now I need you to give me a charisma saving throw with advantage, and send me the number privately.
Give me a second.
We can do this whenever, but Cal is also going to talk to Kekino. I think otherwise she's just kind of keeping to herself.
She goes, patty cake, baker's man. Bake me a cake as fast as you can.
Okay, after the handful of dirt, and it's time to start doing translations, it's like, here, hold the sun. Also, the intelligence was 14.
May's gonna flash of genius. Help Fish out there.
So that's a reroll?
It's
No,
a
it's,
plus
I
3, I believe.
Yeah, plus 17 now.
Okay. 17 for dirt, 17 for read.
All right, and that info is to Ellie for the call. We will handle the. Does it make more sense to? It
I need to
honestly
go to the
makes.
bathroom, so I'm happy.
Yeah, it makes sense to kind of jump back and forth since it's all happening simultaneously. But I think we'll handle the translation info first. So
Cool.
with Flash of Genius, what did you get?
It was a 17.
17. Okay. You start piecing it together. A lot of the difficulty at first is just this matter of
It's a card.
not even like it's a code, just that it's like the understanding is literal rather than kind of figurative. And you realize that while it is a code, it's not a very deep code. It's mostly like It's mostly like actually like just shortenings, abbreviations, and things like that. And also, one of the things that confused you so much is that it seemed like this information was all related together, and you realize it's not. Between like the abbreviations and some other things you're figuring out, it's more like it's written in like a shorthand, kind of like a coded shorthand, and rather than being like one overarching cipher. And yeah, you start to put together what this paperwork is. First things first, you look at the paperwork associated with the ship and the shipping, and you see that these are copies of original documents. They're the cyanotype, like blueprint copies of clearly like original documents in an office somewhere, and you see that. What am I saying? You see that Hyunju has like written her own notes and like circled some things, and it takes you a little while to parse the abbreviation, but then you see like what she's pointing out, and it seems like there was a ship that came in that like reported getting cargo of like a certain weight and then offloading cargo of a certain weight, and the weights don't match. So it's like, okay, they're smuggling drugs or weapons, maybe even people, like maybe like North Korean agents came in on that ship or something like that. Clearly it's like pointing out a discrepancy in paperwork that means a smuggling operation is going on. And as you get into more of the paperwork, as you're kind of translating it, it looks like there is a series of notes about like people meeting, like a series of meetings and times and places. There's some like banking info and routing numbers. There's some cash amounts. You get the sense, since the 17 is quite high, that this is not necessarily like one case that's being put together. This is all the really complicated information that is hard to keep in your own head. So you write down as notes for yourself. And with a 17, you probably realize that, well, there was drugs at her place, but not really enough to be like a major seller, a major source of it. You know, she may have magic of some type. You don't know if that's like a service or like a secondary thing. You're looking at this and you're like, this is like kind of like spy work, like good information. Hyunju may be an information peddler. That may be like her main source of income. This is all like really deep, like kind of secrets that you would try to get out of somebody. And that's also not the kind of business you want to be like, hey, gang that controls my area, I deal in secrets, including maybe yours. And that is why they don't know what she actually does and seems to assume that it's drugs. Because this is not the thing you want to like spread wildly. But you realize that you're going to her for information about some, arcane movements, so to speak. She may genuinely be like an information peddler. That may be her main source of income. And this is all the shit that she wrote down because it's too technical and detailed to remember. She may need these papers. This might be like good like leverage of being like, here's proof of this one thing I was finding for somebody. Here's like routing information that I'm certainly not going to remember off the top of my head that I was getting for somebody else. Like, you may have a bargaining chip here that you can leverage some way.
Fish will absolutely use it as one.
Mm-hmm. And as May calls, and you hear the phone pick up on the other end. Hello? And a voice, a little bit high, but it kind of tickles you, like somewhere in the back of your neck, just a little charge, and then you resist the effect and recognize the magic inherent in this person. I was hoping you would call. What exactly is
yes.
your interest with my business?
Well, firstly, there's no need for the magic. I don't mean you any harm. I'm looking for some information about, a god that was killed recently.
And why would you think that I would have this information?
Darling, please. We've seen the papers you have. The gangs don't know what you're really doing. The man I spoke to had his memory removed. You clearly have something to hide, and in my experience, people who have things to hide often like to know things that other people want to hide.
Perhaps that is so. Are you offering some sort of trade?
Naturally. I'm not going to let your hard labor go uncompensated.
Give me a persuasion check with advantage, because you are like, I have the shit that you need.
That's not great.
It's just like
Sorry,
half
what?
listening in, but it's like, yeah, she's a really big tipper.
It's
She
a
does it
15.
with everyone.
She's flashing cash. What was that?
15.
15? There is kind of a pause, a quieting, and you're like, is she still on the line? And then she says, perhaps we should meet. You've already been to my home. Why don't we reconvene there a little bit later tonight, and we can discuss this proposition of yours?
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, I don't know that it will be unoccupied when we go. I don't know if that's in our best interests.
Oh? I thought we understood each other, that we were business people. I have what you want, you have what I want.
Perhaps I'm not making myself clear. The reason it would be occupied is because a mortal gang is after you and has very much, when I last saw them, left sentries. I don't care where we meet. I'm just letting you know that's potentially a risky place to meet.
I'm aware of the situation at my home, and it will not be a problem when you visit.
All right, easy. You said later tonight. Pardon me, but I'm English and I like punctuation. Do you have an actual time frame for me?
Why don't we say 7 p.m.?
Easy. Would you like me to bring any drinks? Make an event of it?
Drinks will be
You seem quite
provided.
eager to meet me, considering that you know my appearance, my room numbers. If I weren't already, somewhat partnered, I would be flattered by all the attention.
Of course. Well, that's what happens when you stand on a street outside my destroyed home with the leader of a local gang while I watch you. It's what happens when you spend some time around town drinking and being rowdy before heading back to your hotel room. You and your friends are certainly interesting. Seem to hold your liquor decently well.
Not my proudest, but not my worst either. I'm not particularly in the habit of engaging with criminals, but they were rather insistent. Not that I expect you to take me at my word, but I
It
don't
looked to
particularly
me as if you walked up to them confidently and engaged in conversation with them. In fact, drew their leader out of the house to speak to them.
Well,
Does
now,
not seem like
when engaged, I mean for long periods of time. There's no need to twist my words. It was that or leave the area. I didn't fly halfway across the world to leave because a couple of jumped up mortals were destroying someone's house.
Very well. I will see you at 7 then, if you would bring the paperwork and anything else you have acquired from my home.
Is it just, sorry, this is me speaking, is it just the paperwork? Do the others...
There is, like, Fish left a piece of paperwork for the gang to find, so they wouldn't just find, like, an empty space. The gang confiscated, like, drugs, but it doesn't seem like she necessarily knows if you have it or the gang has it.
Yeah.
Just kind of things like that.
Deed to the property is what Fish left.
Deed to a property. That is...
A property. Gotcha.
17 is high enough that you can probably be like, because you already knew at the time it wasn't like this property, because this is clearly an illegal house that doesn't need a deed, that's built on, you know, not a proper street. But that may have been something like the copy of the ship registry, of being a thing of like, this is a piece of evidence for something that she was collecting.
Yeah, okay, no problem. May says, look, I'll return what we have. Unfortunately, the gang took some of your positions, as gangs want to do. Now, with drinks, are you more of a soju or a Magoli drinker? I try to, you know, please the host where possible.
I find that tea is most productive for business conversations.
I like my
Soju can wait until after.
Excellent. Right. Well, we'll see you at 7. What type of tea?
Oh, I'm sure I'll be able to rustle something up.
Oh, I'd be bringing it, but okay, no problem. Food?
No, thank you.
If you insist, I don't particularly enjoy going hungry for business meetings like this. Right. Well, we're going to go do some other things. I'm sure you'll be keeping track of us, given your keen eye. Have a lovely day.
Yes, you as well. Enjoy lunch. And then hangs up.
No, I'm very clear. No one was at no point being like, I will fuck you or bring wine. She was literally like, well, I guess we're going to make it easy of it. With kindness.
Yeah, I mean, give me a quick insight check on that, like, conversation as a whole.
That is a 15.
You could tell the point at which the conversation went from like, yes, dangerous back alley meeting, to like, yeah, okay, yeah, I mean, all right, okay, no, it's fine, okay, cool. And that point was kind of when you mentioned specifically like what information you were going after, and then kind of like continued on that theme, and it seems like the 15, I don't think you think that being like, we're looking for information on a god who is passing through here, was like a surprise to her. Kind of like, that's, you know, maybe what I assumed you were here for. But yeah, it seemed pretty confident things would be handled for tonight. But yeah. Certainly not somebody who like is giving the attitude of trusting you even a little bit. So it's like, okay, well, if our meeting's at 7, I'm gonna want to come at 6 to scope the place out, which means she's gonna be coming at 5 to lay the booby traps. Like, definitely like that kind of thing, being like, we don't trust each other.
Here's my feeling of it. Maybe they don't trust her, but it's like, well, I'm not going to be stupid about it. I'm a grown woman. I'm out in the town. Let's like have fun with it. Why do we all have to be so shady? I also think it's very funny knowing that this woman is going to be there at 5, like setting traps. Like, okay, we can do that. Wasting your time, whatever, girl.
Okay, so does May share like the whole thing of like, yeah, this is a zero trust environment?
No, May's like, who is not interested in having a relaxed dining experience? Let's put it that way.
I offered her soju and she said no. Who does that?
Yeah. So May's like, we could buy tea, of course, to bring, because otherwise we'd be bad guests. I thought that we poisoned it. That's her problem. I just want a nice accompaniment to dinner.
What is Cal, mistress of like fraught meetings with enemies, think of all this?
I think Cal is probably like has been talking with and spending time with Gekko while everybody else has been working, and who at this is like raising an eyebrow. Oh, did she? Oh, I wanted to ask you. Did she keep her? How much did she lose last night? Does she still have her glasses, hair scarf, shoes?
We made sure that she kept everything.
Fish specifically made a point of picking up her shoes and scarf that she had taken off and bringing it back with them. I think you probably don't know where your glasses are. It's possible that you left them somewhere. It's possible it's just like in your stuff in the room, but you brought more than one pair. So you are wearing a pair that is probably almost identical.
Okay, then yeah, she raises an eyebrow of her glasses, and she's just like, and we're planning on doing this just the three of us with no other backup?
4 of us. I will also be there. I'm backup. You can't go anywhere without your cinnamon topographer.
The seal's right. Look, my thought is that regardless of whoever we bring, she's going to have about 5 million traps laid out in the place. I also don't particularly want to antagonize a potential informant. She may think we're going to be an enemy. I have no interest in making enemies. The only people we do know in town are the gangsters. Don't particularly want to involve them if possible. She was not a fan of their appearance yesterday, let's put it that way.
Cal's gonna turn to Fish and go, and you're signing off on this? This is what you think is the best path forward?
She's who I was told to see, assuming that this is the woman I was told to see.
That is a fair point. Anyone can stalk us and claim to be the informant we're looking for.
Also true. Very good point. I think it's a lot of effort, though.
And look, the vetting process kind of necessitates that we get a look at this person anyway. So, like, whether they're fake or real, let's go meet up and be like, hey, now the documents she wants. Obviously, we're not bringing them all back. Because what if she doesn't tell us everything that we want to know?
I've already made copies.
Well, no, that's...
I think Fish's point is that we can keep the deal going.
Oh.
Hold it hostage, as it were.
Yes.
I think it's only fair we take a little insurance. I've no objection with giving them to her once she proves she's going to, I don't know, fuck us around. I don't see all the fuss. We just want some information. Why does it have to be so hard?
Dad, I could do that thing like we did at that party one time, where you roll up the piece of paper and you stick it in my mouth, and then I'm just holding on to it. And then when you were like, they're trustworthy, we can give it to them. I'm like, okay, Dad. And then I go, and then the paper comes out.
Okay, but make sure you haven't eaten...
It gets very wet.
Make sure you don't eat any bugs, because remember that one time that you coughed out the bug instead?
Yes, I do remember.
That was very embarrassing.
Yeah, you held out your hand and then there was just a beetle.
How often are you eating bugs?
Gekko looks at Fish and May like, what's the correct answer here?
He's like,
0.
Never. Very rarely. Sometimes.
Fish sees that this is an opportunity for Japes and goes, oh, well, you know my smoking habit, right?
Yes.
About as frequently as that.
Grabs Gekko and goes, remember what I told you? You are not a bug house.
I'm not a bug house.
Bugs live very short lives.
No, he's a bug frog.
If bugs live a short life, I should not eat them. I need to determine the type of bug first.
You may ask me about bugs before you eat them. You have to wait for me. Even if I'm not there, you'll have to call me or write me a letter. And I will tell you about the bug.
What if they're getting away?
Then you just have to let them get away, monsieur.
I can't eat them and then send you a letter and then you're like, this was an okay bug, and then
No.
or this is a bad bug, so I immediately gotta burp it out.
No, you have to always ask me permission.
Okay.
While they're doing this, May has like flagged someone's attention and is asking them where the best place to buy nice soju and nice tea is.
Made of money?
Yeah.
When is
I
this
work
going
a
to
full-time
out?
government job, darling.
This is like, this is coming out of your part of the budget, you know that, right?
Obviously, it'll cost fuck all anyway. You see the exchange rate.
May is high roller.
Like, let's keep this moving. And if some nice gifts do that, all the better.
Sugar mama.
Also, this conversation was probably happening earlier, but Cal did like want to check in with Kekano about how upset he was about everybody being drunk yesterday.
I don't like it when Dad is silly, but at least, you know, other people are not silly sometimes to take care of Dad. It's bad when everybody's silly.
I am very sorry. That was not at all my intention in any way. And I apologize if anything happened which was alarming on my behalf.
It was a little alarming, especially when after we were leaving, you and May were in the leashes, and I was like, "Okay, how are we getting home?" And you said, "I don't know," and Dad was like, "I don't know. Wait a minute," and then he really like concentrated really hard and then figured it out. But that was scary for a minute.
Leashes.
Good idea, Fish. That makes things easy.
It was a good one.
Yeah, like the leash Dad puts on my harness sometimes. It's the same kind of thing.
Like we're hikers trekking through a snowstorm.
Sure. Or people who are being silly, being tugged along because they kept wandering.
He's like looking at Kekano and then looking up at Fish like, you motherfucker.
They're probably like, that's why I have this bruise under my arm.
Yeah.
Where it was cutting in.
Yeah, just looks at her wrist and just sees like the stripe and it's just like,
No, Dad was good because you were being silly and wandering. And May wanted to challenge this guy to arm wrestling. And Dad was
Does
like,
sound like
no,
me.
we gotta go. And then we pulled and then it worked.
Yeah, I was being incredibly respectful. I'm not the one who was putting my hands all over. Oh, forget it.
Over
Yep.
over what? Over what? Oh,
May laughs.
looks at May and is like, I'm sorry?
Yeah.
No?
All over Dad's chest.
Kekano, let it go. She wasn't herself.
Yeah, I know. Nobody is themselves when they're silly because they're drinking the silly alcohol juice. It's just
Except for me. Exactly the same.
sometimes you are silly. We've had this conversation before. You say, I'm good, I can handle it, and then you pick me up and you rub your face against my stomach and you go, "No," but not like the normal way, like more aggressive.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Fish. I'm sorry. I don't know why I would do that. And
Look a
I'm
bit drunk.
sorry.
Oh, I know
Don't
why
worry
you
about
did
it.
that.
Why? Wait, what?
There was 3 times. There was the time in which Dad was like, "We gotta go," and you said, "No, I don't like you" in French, and you pushed, and it didn't really work because you almost fell over, and Dad almost fell over, and I had to help. And then the other time was when Dad was talking to the driver and kept leaning over you, and you got mad and you pushed, and then we got back to the room, and then you touched Dad's chest and you said, "I can feel you dying" in French, and then you laid down.
All right. Well, that actually is more in character than I expected it to be. I'm sorry I shoved you.
Apology accepted, Claire.
Mm. Jim?
Everything's great. As far as Fish is concerned. But yeah, don't be telling my son that I'm dying. That's not nice of you to scare him like that.
Not.
You are dying, Collision said.
Yeah, she's lying to you.
I am not. Maybe
don't
not
know
at
who to
the
believe.
rate I implied, but it is true. Your organs are taking serious damage.
It'd be happening anyway.
Would it?
And you're trying to accelerate Kakano's lifespan because why?
I'm not okay. Don't come at me with that one. It doesn't affect him. He's fine, buddy. You're fine, aren't you? You don't.
Collision says I cannot die, except I guess
Yep.
when you die.
And I'm not gonna die. So
Fascinating. What a fascinating thing to say.
Collision says that Dad's gonna die, and Dad says Dad's not gonna die. Man, I'm very confused.
Cal's gonna
Well-
put a
That's
hand.
an idea.
Cal's gonna put a hand on Kekano, and I don't think she necessarily knows that like Kekano gets sick by trying to detox, but it's just gonna be like, well, let's see if I can sense any damage in the boy.
Oh yeah, give me an Arcana check.
Fuck yeah, 28.
He's fine.
oh my god.
He definitely like there's that a little bit of like residual like maybe he was his spell was a little damaged this morning, his like structure, but he's fine. He's recovered at this point.
Then Cal cannot use that as a scaremongering tactic, so she just turns that into a pet for Kekano, and then she goes,
I'm just saying, if you don't live a full immortal life, well into your horrifying to think of you living to 1,000 years old, but if you don't, Kekano doesn't.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming I'll live forever, being a godkin and all. So, like, at some point, like the ultimate, absolute immortality has to kick in, where I could get shot in the fucking head and I'd survive.
Didn't we ask Dad about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he
we asked Grandpa.
Yeah, he said yeah. He said it'd happen.
I think he said, "I don't know, maybe." That's what
Yeah,
I remember.
That was a yeah. I'm pretty sure it was.
Oh,
a
okay.
May says, May kind of like leans over to Cal, and under her breath, maybe enough that Kekano might not be able to catch it, but Fish could, says, "Have they forgotten that we're here to investigate the murder of a god?"
Excellent point, May. No, I think they are being back to insufferably confident in the way that they always are. Dead organs and all.
and then I think she's gonna lean into, and like as quiet of a whisper, probably in French, is like,
Smoking doesn't have any influence on like sexual performance, does it? Because that was probably the only option we really had to getting him to stop.
Okay.
Roll for health knowledge.
Roll for hearing whispering.
I'll make it not French if you get a high enough roll.
No. Keep it in French. I
Yeah,
think
you
it's really
comprehend.
important.
You also
Okay.
comprehend languages.
Oh, did you look at this boy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a cute little boy.
What a ragdoll.
He loves to be held.
He's just purring the whole time.
Yeah, I looked over and it was just there, and it's been minutes since. No, what am I rolling to hear whispering between the ladies?
Perception check.
19.
Ooh.
Yeah, you hear it, and it's clear enough that you can understand it because you have comprehend languages on, so you understand the French.
It's joke time. Don't you understand?
All right,
Um,
it's time for bits.
we're switched on to Korean right now. We don't understand French. All we understand of French is what we have physically, like, actually memorized of it. So something sexual, something. What are you talking about? That's it.
I thought that
that's
was the
the
joke
bit.
this was going after
Yeah.
the fic I wrote.
That's it. That's the thing.
Cal, when Fish eavesdrops, is gonna look over at May being like, face that says, "Do you have good news for me? Is this something that?"
You can give me a medicine check to be to do the genuine answer.
Sure.
It's very funny that I'm pretty sure in French, sexual is sexual. It's very close.
That's why they know it.
It's very close. So,
That's a 15.
I think I
Fish is
can
like,
follow
huh?
along with
What?
what's happening here.
15.
Mhm.
It's early days, but there's been some studies that it affects performance,
Damn.
which is true.
It gives her a grin and just sips from her teacup, meaningfully, like, looking in the general vicinity of Fish's groinal area.
Cal just like smirks, like, got him. I won't do this one today, but got him.
It's in there. It's loaded.
Fish will not at this point say, I actually haven't been having sex for the past 2 years, so, like, I don't know. So, there you go.
Fish is just an incel in the forest.
Yeah, so I've been an incel in the forest, so, yeah. No, really, it's just the, very much like Cal being like, I got him. They're like, I'm got, so I can't say anything.
Cal is actively paying attention to me in a way that implies that she's going to speak to me later. I gotta keep that going.
Mhm.
In the 2 years, you tried to chat up Dad's realm, Isle, and then your dad like took over and spoke from Isle's body and was like, "So this is an expression of our powers. This feels a little weird."
Or
And Fish went, I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking about it. I'll never do it again. And that's why they didn't interact with them during the fucking Porphyry. So it all makes sense.
yeah.
Shall we settle the bill?
Yeah, and I think we will also extract, abbreviate time-wise. If there's anything you want to take care of before the meeting, you find out where to get at least pretty good soju. You know, not necessarily the highest quality stuff, but it's you're by the Pleasure District. It's absolutely like, as much as most of the places are like low quality and overpriced, there is some genuine like luxury entertainment venues here, and you could absolutely get like pretty nice soju.
Maybe it's like a little box of tea and a little thing of soju in the pockets, ready to go.
The leash worked, you know.
Worked how?
Oh, you know, kept you in check. I might have to tell Jamal about it.
Oh, so Jamal can use a leash? That might be smart.
Maybe
I mean, I
now.
Don't engage. Don't bring this up. Retreat.
I mean, like, I don't know what you guys get up to. It's not my business, certainly.
Cal is like openly grimacing and is like raising a hand like she's going to smack Fish, but is absolutely like looking at Kekino and just like slowly lowering it.
Just something for consideration. Anyway.
Entirely
Haven't
out
you-
of canon.
Is that
Kekino
how
is like,
you
is like, I think Jamal would want the leash because he's always following Collisionist around, and it seems like it would be helpful for him. He's just talking literally.
Okay, but Kakano, the leash is for someone who risks running away. I don't think we have to worry about that with Jamal.
I feel like Jamal is worried that he's gonna be like distracted about something when Collisionist needs him, and so that's kind of like running away. But yeah, I think a leash would calm him in some ways.
Yeah, but distracted, yeah. So I bet you're touching his chest all of the time while he's trying to work.
So subjugating women, that's a joy for you?
Just you.
May's like, girl, what the fuck?
May's like, should I leave? Is this a private conversation now? Gekino, let's go get ice cream, I guess.
The grown-ups need to have a grown-up conversation, I guess.
A really gross conversation out of nowhere.
It's very amusing how you completely disappear and seem to think that we still have any sort of relationship, friendship, partnership. No. Alright. You can try to upset me with this. It doesn't matter. Because you aren't anything to me.
Uh-huh. But you came on the trip with me.
I came to repay a favor and then we're done.
Fish is thinking of like a million things to like continue to escalate the situation. It's just like, no, we can save this for another time. It's no fun to get it all out at once. You have to have you have to like portion it. Anyway, they're like, yeah, all right.
Yeah, my performance is coming off probably a little too controlled. She is steamed, just like radiating off of her. Like, it's very obvious this is not genuine. It's very obvious this is coming from like anger.
Yeah, and that is very satisfying for them, and more than enough to make them be like, all right, and that I got what I wanted out of this.
Calvin
This is just
runs.
happening walking down the street.
Yeah, Calvin like skips backward or goes ahead wherever May is, and is like, okay, I believe it.
Yeah, May is behind because she was like this to Fish. And May is just like, so what was that about?
I have no clue. Inappropriate and aggravating and like that. I don't know. You would think they would have grown up a tiny amount, a tiny percentage. I thought I was being pessimistic by thinking that they would act largely the same, but I still think they'd be a little bit better. Just a tiny bit better.
Fish is walking ahead, but like they do throw back. It's like, this is why you shouldn't let me not have my cigarettes. I get like that.
In another tone, May is like, maybe they're just worried because their dick is going to drop off Collisions. Maybe we should be feeling sorry for them. Trying to diffuse a little bit. I mean, what are they going to be without the so-called sexual prowess? Look at them. Poor thing.
I mean, there's not very much left after that.
No. Certainly, the brain leaves some to be desired.
Oh.
I like to think that May and Cal are laughing in that very specific way that makes male, like, masked people kind of like, oh, they're laughing at me.
Yeah, puts their back up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Fish is like,
Yeah.
oh fuck, oh no.
And I was like, they're having fun.
Oh, that's great. Go spy on the conversation.
Okay. Hello, I'm spending time with you now.
Oh, wow. I'm sure that's not motivated by anyone's insecurities.
I just want to point out entirely separately from anything that's happening that Mooney was gesturing a lot and doing a lot of hand acting, and Pepper was just tracking your hand the whole time, being like, "Why is this not petting me? You're gesturing with it instead of petting me with it."
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He usually gets tired of it by this point. No, he's
No.
still down.
He's the baby
I
slinky
should've-
boy.
I should have out loud identified that I knew that was Pepper, but I did. I promise. I'm not making it up.
Yeah.
No, the trick to this one is he's willing to stay in a lap for an amount of time. Shishido is like, "Hey, that's nice. Now, fuck you," and is out.
Yeah, so when Kekno comes in to spy, Kel is like, oh, I'm gonna motivate this. And then in a quieter tone, she's like,
Do you really think that they're going to start harassing Jamal about this? Because if so, I'm not allowing them to interact with him. Like, I simply won't allow them into my temple, I suppose.
May, more seriously, says, I rather think that Fish is just hungry for attention. And unless you give it to them from all they want it.
Can't they find a million other sources for that?
Nothing as appealing as a source which you want but can't have, in my experience. And as for harassing Jamal, I don't think you need to worry. He may be not a fighter, but I think smart enough to run laps around Fish if needed.
No, I
It's like, and if they do harass Jamal, Sita will beat the shit out of him.
I think Kel will nod about that and be like,
Boyfriend's club.
I think it isn't a lack of faith in Jamal. It's just wanting to, I suppose, protect him from unnecessary grief. But you are right. I do think he can handle himself. It would have been nice. They were trying to be nice at first with the bribes and the ring and the good behavior, but then that didn't last, and I don't know why I expected it to.
It's certainly disappointing.
Nothing that she clocked about the ring comment.
This is the first time she's hearing about it.
Yeah.
It is? Okay.
Yeah.
This is the first time it's been
Scrap
mentioned.
that. Scrap that. In which case, she'll be like, ring?
Yes, when Fish came to my temple, they brought a bribe, which was rather nice, but obviously a bribe, so I haven't started wearing it yet, especially because, it would be bizarre to wear jewelry from Fish, especially because I've asked Jamal not to do the same, and, that's uncomfortable. But it's a nice bribe, but it's very obviously a bribe, and I don't want to wear it because I don't want to allow them to think that I have forgiven them or that we are friends, and I also don't want to. Obviously that would be awkward.
That strangled voice. Yes, wearing a ring from another man be a bit awkward. No, sorry, Fee. You know what I mean.
Men is fine.
Yeah. And I think that kind of really casually says, I did think it was odd that they went to you first, considering they'd been in touch with me and not you the entire time.
I was a harder sell?
Maybe. I just, if they were, how do I put this? It would have been a harder sell from them, but not from me. If I were with them already. You and I both know. But there would have been more of a reason to come right off the bat. It's just odd. It's just, I don't really know what's going on with them.
I don't know.
Very strange.
maybe they came to my area to ask me, and if I had said no, they would have shifted over to metal?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't try to understand them because the more I try, the less I do. It's
Yes. The infinite
Incomprehensible.
complexities are beyond us, clearly. The arcane knowledge which we will never have access to.
precisely. Look, they have been clearly up to whatever they've been up to over the last 2 years. At some point, I'm sure we'll hear about whatever companions they picked up then, and whatever reason that they couldn't ask them to do the stupid god quest, and then everything will make sense. But for now, we are here, and I guess I just have to find tolerance.
Yep.
Spade's like, yeah. Hold on, I
I
buy like a binder.
Yeah.
I start jotting down this conversation.
Because all Nate's thinking is like they're harassing her like a stupid young boy pulling the pigtails of a girl that he likes.
Yep.
And it's because obviously that could never. The idea compels her.
I'm good with that. I got everything I needed out.
Fish is having a great time just walking along. Kekino's not giving any info, but it's like, oh well.
Kekino is like, why, they're talking about you, they're talking about Jamal.
And then it's like private, in-depth conversation, and he's like,
I'm just not gonna report this.
Yeah.
This is private.
Back again to the gun analogy. Fish feels the Jamal sending stone in their pocket and goes, but doesn't do anything with it.
mm-hmm.
I've also
Yep.
put it in their inventory. It's canon.
Wow.
Isn't what I said, is that the backstory? The one time they visited the temple, they stole it from her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then she had to replace it, and she was like, that's bizarre.
it wasn't that hard. She's like, anyway.
Yeah, no, she's like, I've been so scatterbrained lately. Yeah.
I bet Elise took it.
Yeah, honestly, that is where her mind went. And then she called the lead. She's like, give me the fucking Jamal sending stone back. And she's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, you would fucking say that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, exactly. Elise is like, damn, that was a good idea. I should have done that.
Yeah.
At least he answers
He's
my
like-
letters.
She's like, no, I don't have that. Flashback to Elise visiting like a week after Fish, desperately searching through the same drawers and looking for it, but it's not there.
You gotta be faster on the wheel.
Gotta be faster on the draw, yeah.
Oh, that was fun.
Uh,
I'm good on the scene.
Cool. We have our 7:30 meeting. 7:30? Where'd I get 30 from? We got our 7 o'clock meeting.
You could be
So
faster.
she's like, I'm being fashionably late.
Yeah. Yes.
No, make sure they're on time. Unless
No.
everyone is making sure they're on time.
Just,
no, okay.
uh,
Fish is like, well, she thinks that you're the one in charge, which, like, you basically are, even though
Yeah.
it's my meeting. I'll just show up half an hour late. She won't even give a shit.
Yeah, I mean, you still have the opportunity if you want to like kind of explore the area more, maybe try and find out this kind of like, back route. Maybe you could be like, yeah, we don't want her to like escape mid-meeting or something like that. Like, you definitely have some like setup things you can still do, but it's up to you what you want to accomplish before the meeting. Otherwise, we'll just skip to then.
I
I'd like
think
to-
May. Sorry, go on. I was going to say, I think May would make it clear that this woman clearly knows where they are at almost any given moment. So, like, it's very likely anything we do, she'll probably find out about it, which is, like, fine, but just something to keep in mind if we're going to be snooping around the back of the house.
Yeah. The way Fish sees it is that it doesn't really matter if she knows where or what they've been doing if she can't physically counteract it. And they're thinking that it would be really funny, or perhaps very useful, to find this back way and arcane lock it.
Sure.
But that's Fish's thought. I'm fully aware they can't have two going at the same time, and that they need to have the one on the door of the hotel room. So that's kind of on one of you, on May or Cal, to remind them.
Yeah,
for
if
their
they
room
brought it up,
and the hotel.
Yeah.
if they brought it up, I would remind them.
Okay. Well, we're
Yeah,
not there
I was about
yet.
to say,
We're look-
Cal wouldn't remember that on her own, so.
Okay, as soon as we find the back entrance, that's what they're going to be like, oh, this is what I'm going to do. But we're not there yet. We haven't found it. But they're going to talk to birds and shit about
Okay.
if there's been...
Do you go straight there, or do you go back to the hotel room for any reason first?
None I can think of. How about you guys?
Okay, cool. Then yeah, you just find another pedicab, and you get into the pleasure district. You explore kind of the blocks around where you are looking, and you eventually find like on the street behind where the house is, there is another house blocking like the end of the alley that almost completely like covers it from end to end, but doesn't quite. There's like a little space where someone could slip through to get to the back of her house, and that's clearly kind of the path she's taking. Because this is like a side street rather than a main street, it's even less organized and more chaotic than the other stuff. But there is still people around you can ask, and you can give me a nature or survival check to find animals.
Nature would probably be better, right?
Nature is intelligence, survival is wisdom.
I mean, like, on a meta level.
Oh, it depends.
Okay.
I think they're the same
Well-
DC, just very slightly different, like, way of getting information.
Okay, well... Survival has +2, so I'm gonna make use of that, because it's 7.
Okay. So it's 7 total?
Yeah.
All right. With a 7 total, you essentially just like are like, okay, time to look for animals to talk to. I bet there's rats in this dumpster.
Mm.
No. I bet there's cats running. No. Okay, where are they? You do find animals to talk to. It just takes a while, and the first couple ones are real dead ends. You find a pigeon who is nesting above the alleyway. Talk to it. It is incredibly stupid, cannot even like comprehend the questions that you're asking, and can give you no information. It's hard, and it takes a long time. Eventually, I think you get the attention of some local rats that are like not in this alley, but like the alley across the way, and maybe that's part of their territory or something. You get less exact information with a 7, but yeah, you can talk to them. And if you're willing to bribe them with some food scraps, or pick something up from a street vendor to give to them, they are more than willing to tell you that there is a lady that sneaks in and out of this alleyway at night. And if you press, they're like, yeah, we saw her running away. And seems to have like a, maybe to your human perspective, like a deal with the person who owns the house that is like blocking the alleyway, that like allows her to like slip past, and whoever this guy is just like does not I've never seen anybody come this way. I've
Mhm.
never investigated any noises, kind of thing. But yeah, you don't get like more specific information than that, but you do
No,
absolutely
that's
know
that.
that if anything, this may even be like her main way of coming and going is the secret entrance.
Okay, no, that's perfectly fine. And while Ellie is not here and can't stop me, I'm gonna be like, that Fish turns to me and goes, "Hey, can I have some of the gold that you're just freely handing out to tip everyone?" Cool. And that's what they use to buy a fucking a treat from a street vendor to give to the rats.
You use so little of May's gold. You bring most of it back in change because it's just not very expensive. But yeah, that's how you bribe the rats and get that information.
Also, Patrick, that's very funny and cute that you thought that Fish is giving back the change.
Oh no, I mean, you get the change. If you want to pocket it, go for it. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
It's absolutely like okay, I'll steal this 100 from my mom's wallet and $99 change. Really? Okay, well.
yeah. Ellie, that's why you don't leave mid-session, because Fish steals from A.
Yeah. Anything else you want to handle before going into the meeting?
They're not going to arcane lock it, but they are going to suggest barricading the way.
What does Cal think of that?
I think that's all. I think Cal is absolutely in her shifty mode, so she will probably be like looking around and like doing a death sense, and anything in her similar vein of paranoia, she's all in favor of.
Okay, but what about barricading the back door?
Is it also arcane locked, or is that the other one that was arcane locked?
No, it's not getting arcane locked. That's just the hotel room.
Oh, okay, so Fish did get reminded not to do that.
Yeah, they're not doing it.
Okay, gotcha. I think Cal would be like, well, if we need to escape, then we'd want as many exits open as possible.
Yeah, but this one that she could potentially use as well. It's a positive and a negative, potentially.
If she escapes, she escapes. We withhold information from her, so she wants to find us out again. Look, if we want to capture her, then capture her. I'm not as interested in keeping ourselves from getting out of there. I have ways that I can bind a person.
Really?
The leashes make a comeback.
Yes. Ability I have.
Yeah, I don't think we have to be worried. Yep. Mm-hmm.
May's not super enthusiastic about preventing exit, mainly because this person already doesn't trust them. This person's probably going to see them or like find out that they've done this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's
all right.
really fair.
Something to take care of before the meeting. So the translated documents, they're all like shipping, keeping track of information of things coming and going, right?
Not all of them, but certainly it seems like a lot of them. It's the kind of thing of like you get the sense of being like, well, this is related to this because this is like a big deal that I got info on. But then there's other things that are like, is this routing number associated with the ships, or is that something else she's just trying to remember? It's kind of thing of like you got essentially her general notes that she needs to write down. The shipping stuff is probably like the most important, or at least most like documented of those things. That doesn't mean it's all of it.
Okay. I would like to attempt to use just absolutely all of my brain power to try and discern what at least the most important page is. What would investigation roll for that?
I would say, yeah, because you got a 17 on the intelligence check before. I'd say investigation. I buy that.
Okay, thank you. Just Fish is just super, doing the Edgar Allan Poe Squint from the Squint from the
And
comic.
And it's like in an alley. You've just talked to a bunch of rats.
Yes. Okay, what's the most important thing on the chart? Oh, I hate that. I hate that role was the role that it is, though. 7.
Okay. With a 7, you are looking through it, and you go. This one has the most numbers on it, so it is the most important. That does not necessarily mean you are wrong with a 7. It just means your logic for which is the most important is perhaps very flawed.
No, I
this
know. I know how this thing works.
Yeah, this could be the most important anyway, or it could be the least important. But it's the one with it's one with most of the numbers on it. This has the highest concentration of numbers. That's the one we take out.
That's what Fish sees and believes with the information that they have. They tear it horizontally, so like it's the first half. So it's going to be like, and the shipment goes to, and then it's like, haha, and I have the rest of the page here in my jacket. And if you want it, you're going to have to tell us the truth. You know, bullshit like that. But everything,
right.
but like they'll hand over the rest. And then it's like, where's the rest of it? It's like, haha.
Gotcha. Okay. And are you keeping that on your person, or are you trying to like hide it somewhere, or how are you effecting this deception?
Putting it, because like if it can be rolled up finely enough, then it should be able to fit in the dimensional pocket that is simply sewn into their jacket that leads to the pocket dimension that.
Correct. Yeah.
Yep. Then that
because
okay.
you're doing,
then
because you're doing like half a page instead of a full page. That can just happen. So that's not even something that's difficult to do.
Yep. So that's it was straight into the lion's mane, as it were.
Okay. Yeah. Absolutely. Then I think it's time to go to the meeting. Are we skipping forward to that point in time? Okay.
Just saying that before they walk in, May's going to mark us up with Fortunate Soul.
Okay, sounds good. And Cal was talking about being shady and like keeping an eye out for those things. Do you want to be doing that like really actively before the meeting, or like on the way to the meeting? Like, how much are you kind of like laying the groundwork, assessing the area?
Just before the meeting, doing like a death sense, and then just like doing like general checks for magic because her arcana is so high. Obviously, she doesn't have the actual magic abilities that May and Fish does, but she does just have like a good sense of picking up on that stuff.
Okay. Then
I have an idea.
Yeah.
10 minutes or 15 before arriving and going into the meeting, Fish is going to cast Rain, so that if there is the event where anyone has to leave, they will be incentivized to stay and keep the interaction indoors, because it'll be raining.
And maybe if they do run, there'll be footprints.
Yeah. I like that. And then if I get anything with death sense, just outside the house.
I was just about to say, as you come up the street, you probably like ducked into like a tea shop around the corner for a couple minutes while you set up Rain, got Fortunate Soul going, kind of prepped yourself. You start heading towards the meeting place with you start heading towards the meeting place onto the street, keeping an eye out on things. I want Cal to do, I think, a perception check and an arcana check. If May and Fish want to do anything to prepare the area, look around, do a check, certainly can. But I think it does make sense that one or both of you would kind of be more focused on like the building you're heading to rather than kind of outside of it.
Yeah.
Perception. Go ahead.
I was going to say maybe Fish should do the eye thing. I can't remember the word for it, but like on the building.
Eldritch Sight? Yeah,
Eldritch Sight, thank you.
we'll do an Eldritch Sight, of course.
Okay. Then we will handle that in just a moment. What was the perception check for Cal?
Perception was a nat 20 for a total of 23. And then Arcana was only a 9.
Okay.
Or no, only an 11.
Cool. With a 11 Arcana, you are not really paying attention to the house. You're leaving that to Fish and May. You are more concerned with your surroundings and making sure, maybe like the gang isn't following you and things like that. And I think with that high perception, your primary concern is being like, well, the gang has watchers of this building, and supposedly that's taken care of, but I don't trust people enough to just go along with that. And also, Hyungju had a physical description of May, and seems like she was watching us from, like, one of these buildings as well. So definitely need to be on the lookout for watchers. And with a nat 20, you're looking around and don't see any. You remember coming in here before, and even when you were just here during the day, which is a slow time, there were some people on the street corner kind of like noting you were coming and going. Maybe gang spotters, maybe just locals. But you remember what like buildings the gang spotters went into, and you're looking out and nobody's at any of the windows, nobody's keeping an eye on things. There doesn't seem to be any watchers here, any people keeping an eye on this place. And the locals seem to be watching you kind of like a normal amount, not with a like distrust, like they know something's going on, or not looking like they're going to be reporting, but just a normal amount of curiosity, like they don't know what's happening. But yeah, you don't see any gang watchers with that nat 20. And then as you extend your death sense out, you feel fresh dead bodies, 2 of them. One is in a tenement across the street, one is in the tenement right next door. And with that nat 20, this is where you saw gang members going in before. You actually track it to the room that they were in. 2 men, you think, died here within the last 11. It's kind of hard to tell, but you think maybe 4 or 5 hours, maybe less than that. Maybe it's even more recent. And they died very happy.
What?
And you can tell between the nat 20 and the death sense, you can tell like what windows they were watching out of, what rooms they like set up in as a watch post. You can certainly go like explore that and see if you can see what happened if you want. But you're at the point where you're probably on time, a little bit early to the meeting. If you rush, you may not be late by stopping and checking things out. But that's about what's happening. For Fish with the Eldritch Sight, you and May are focused on the building. You're seeing a lot of the same kind of magical work, charms and such that you saw before. It is glowing a little more strongly. You think that whatever may have been inactive before or just kind of like passively working is now active. There's definitely more of a flow to the magic that you can see from the outside. But what you also notice, and this is for both of you, is that like the door was busted off its hinges when you came here yesterday. The door is very clearly fucked up and not like repaired particularly well, but the repairs are hidden enough, and the door is back on its hinges and like clearly closes and latches and will need some like extra paint and decorative work to not be a door that was obviously kicked in half, but it is, been fixed, which probably strikes you as not something you really do when you're being people keeping an eye on you. You can go up and hang a door, and it definitely does mean that somebody has like been here since you were here last, because gang probably didn't want to do this. They wanted to keep it as a as a message. Don't fuck with us. Everybody who walks by in the neighborhood sees this door kicked down. But no, it needs to be fixed. Not well, not with any great love or attention or skill, but it's fixed and rehung, and maybe that says something. What do you all want to do?
Cal will tell them about the dead bodies and see kind of how much that needs to be immediately prod upon.
Fish thinks it was her having killed the spotters, so it's probably fine.
Yeah, May agrees. Yeah. When May steps in the house, I'll have her do a perception for general symbols, like anything that could be a booby trap, basically.
Yep.
Whether it be physical or magical. But besides that, she's gonna go up and knock.
Oh, okay. I have an idea, but tell me if it's stupid. Fish could go scope out at least the corpse in the building next door, leaving Kekano to act as a communique while Fish is investigating. And then they can show up fashionably late.
Yeah, up to you.
I know. Sounds fun.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Then Fish passes over Kekano to Cal. Goes, all right. He'll yell if I am yelling. And I'll go see what it's all about. If there's funky clues. And...
Right.
Yep.
Kekano, the Kekano channel passes like specific directions about like where to go in the building. It's clearly on this floor. It's this window that's like watching the street here. Like Cal is able to do that because she has, rather than describing in words, because she's never like been in the building and doesn't know its internal layout. She's like, I know it's here, and is like giving that visual information to Kekano, who's interpreting it to Fish. So Fish can get there decently fast. As May and Cal step up to this door, it seems fine. You said you were doing the booby trap check once you get inside. Yeah?
You specifying that. Now let's me reconsidering. Let's say from now, May is generally like keeping an eye out for anything like that.
Okay. Give me a I'd say a symbol magic check rather than a general perception check.
Oh. That's a 13.
A 13. You do notice hidden in the eaves a symbol that is not like in any of your symbol magics that you know. It's very clearly like a local symbol magic, but you can tell kind of the way it's framed, the way it's set up, kind of on the street. It's kind of like a motion sensor in some way of like knowing someone's at the door. You don't think it's inherently dangerous, but like obviously she knows you're here now.
Yeah, that's fine.
Do the two of you head in or wait for Fish to start report?
No, just knock to be polite.
Okay. You knock. You smell a little incense, and then like a little mental pressure on you that says, "Please enter." And because you can speak in people's minds to a certain extent, I think you recognize, especially with the symbol magic roll of 13, this is like not a magical effect somebody has. This is like a device they have of like it's like an automatic like recorded message almost. She like flipped a button and that went out to you rather than her like actually reaching out to you psychically. And yeah, you enter. Now I want Fish to give me, let's say, an investigation check.
Okay. It's the Ferris Bueller answering machine.
I have not seen Ferris Bueller in a very long time, and I don't remember the answering machine.
It's okay. Well, when people come up and hit the doorbell, like the principal, there's a pre-recorded message. Don't worry about it. It's
Okay.
fine. It's not good. That's a 9.
Okay. Well, fortunately, that roll doesn't include getting to the room. The Kekino connection means that you can get there pretty easily. You're just looking for clues, and the reason you don't find a lot of clues is because what you do find kind of freaks you out. The door to this room is open. Kind of knock, push in. There is a corpse on the floor that looks like some pictures May has shown you of like mummies. This is like a human body that has been almost like dehydrated, like it's shriveled and small and curled up and old. You, with a 9, I think this is like the only info you get in the room. I think you kind of like miss out on other potential info. But you recognize this guy. You recognize this guy as someone you were drinking with last night. Clearly like a member of the gang coming on rotation as a spotter here. You saw him last night. He was like a big guy, big, healthy, like 24-year-old bruiser. He looks like an 80-year-old that has been crippled for 30 years. Like, he is wasted away to nothing, and he's old. His hair is white. He is like shrunken and small. He has like the skin you can see even through like the leathery texture has like liver spots and is kind of old. But yes, something killed this guy.
Yeah.
And you can see, I think we'll say the 9 is very much like the horror of the body means you don't get anything else from the room, or like, you know, if the lock was broken or anything like that. You see that in dying, his face is contorted into a pleasing smile.
Yeah.
Is his dick out? No.
Crouching.
Not this guy.
Not this guy. Crouching over the body, Fish is just going up and back and up and down in horror, and just trying to figure out what is happening here. And also, for joke purposes, being like, and last night when we were drinking, he was like, yeah, and I feel like my youth is getting away from me. And it happened. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
What shit did I say while I was drunk?
Did I curse this guy?
Oh, no, more like, what's gonna happen to me next? Okay. They're having a bit of a panic about it, but is there like signs of markings of or like this is just happened, or like there's no wound?
You see no wound on the body. You realize because of like kind of the shriveled oldness of it, it would disguise something unless you really want to like try and like pull him out of rigor mortis and like examine him. It could be curled up around a wound you don't see. There's no blood, which, you know, rules out certain things, but that doesn't mean there's not necessarily a wound. You did unfortunately get a what was it, an 8? So
9,
yeah. So you absolutely can try and get more details. It will take more time. Like, the meeting will start without you if you decide to try to get more details.
Maybe not about the body because it's harrowing and disgusting and frankly just, gross and bad to look at. But like they'd back up and like, okay, fucking get a hold of yourself. We have to investigate what the rest of the room looks like because that's what a good detective investigator does. So I'd like to make another roll to get the room details.
Then I would say give me an investigation check with disadvantage
Cool.
to get some additional details.
Mm. 15.
15. Excellent.
Yep.
As you're looking around, looking for clues, you notice the lock wasn't broken or anything, but you found the door open. It was clearly unlocked. No, that doesn't super seem like a gang thing to do, but maybe they were sloppy. Who knows? But you're searching around and you find a button on the ground that you recognize, and you match it to this guy's shirt. Someone kind of like tore open his shirt sometime before he died, or maybe during. You don't really know, but you can see like the button missing. Like, it is a 15, and I did make you roll with disadvantage. Fish has experience with taking clothes off in bouts of passion, and this is absolutely the classic move of coming onto a masked person, just ripping the shirt open to get it, fondling that chest, and so on and so forth. This could have been as part of an act of violence, or maybe like stealing something from him, but this may have genuinely been like, this guy might have been getting kind of like hot and heavy when things went down, whatever was happening.
Yep. Has Fish heard of like a succubus before?
I think Fish has definitely heard of a succubus. I think Fish probably hoped that they were real and doesn't necessarily know if they are or not, but definitely was like, someday.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
One that wouldn't kill me. Yeah.
I don't think Fish necessarily, like, off the top of their head has, like, the knowledge of, like, well, what are real succubuses and what do they do versus kind of, like, stories. But I'll absolutely let you roll for it if you want to try and remember details.
Sure, we'll go for it.
Okay. I want you to roll. Let me see. I would say roll. Yeah, why don't we make it a religion check? That makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm. Calling up on the Kekano phone. Enya, can you make this roll for me?
No. You're on your own.
Caligulus, tell me everything you know about succubi. Kekano phone hangs up somehow.
That's a 14.
It's a 14.
Denier, just hypothetically, if you met an incubus, what would it look like for you? I'm just curious.
Would it look more like Jamal or me? Would it be black or tan? Black or tan!
Those are the two options, yeah.
When it comes to men, at least, I'll give you a couple more options for women.
14. A 14 is pretty good, especially considering Fish's like kind of general lack of religion knowledge. You think that kind of like demons as a class of being are a thing that exist, and they are fairly rare. Like, I think you've looked into it enough, or maybe try and like, deprogram yourself from your mom's Christianity when you first left, we're kind of like looking into things, and it's definitely like, oh yeah, 98% of people who wrote about meeting a demon were absolutely full of shit and did not actually do that. But you do have like even magical records that are like they're a thing that exists. They're just very rare.
Interjection, just real
Mhm.
quick. Fish absolutely had a Hail Satan phase in
Yeah.
direct,
Yes.
just out of the rebellion of it. Go on.
Absolutely. I think for Succubi specifically, you know the lore with a 14. You know that they like live off sexual energy. The stories you've heard, and no, I don't think 14's high enough. Yeah, they live off sexual energy, and the stories you've heard are like they can kill people that way, but they usually don't. You don't have enough of a grasp on the lore to know if like succubi are literally a type of demon that actually exists. You just know demons do actually exist. There are a lot of stories and lore about succubi, including in some like decently reputable sources for the magical community. So you can't necessarily guarantee that's a type of demon versus like that's something all demons can do, or that's, you know, something else of that nature. You can't quite match those pieces together. You don't have the research and kind of like lore understanding, but you do know, generally speaking, that demons exist and succubi feed off sexual energy.
Okay. I think it's not unreasonable for Fish to be in enough of a freaked out state that they're not actually going to be giving this information through Kekano in detail, but Kekano would feel that they are panicked.
Yeah.
Okay. And now they're going to make their way back, and so, I don't know, be like 10 minutes late to the meeting.
Okay. With all that has happened, that means that May and Cal have, unless you are making a point of like specifically waiting for Fish to get back, will have entered in and started the meeting because Fish chose to try and glean more details.
Can I just pause? Totally understand that this is too late, Patrick, but I meant to ask it in addition to the fortunate soul. I was going to have May change over her skill proficiencies with Cat.
What were you going to change them to?
Deception and persuasion.
That makes sense to me. That you would do that like at some point after you found out about the meeting. Yeah.
Cool.
I don't think that's too metagamey to switch that up. Yes. Then as you open the door into this little tea house place, door closes behind you, and the sound of the city kind of disappears a lot behind you. It's clearly a lot of good sound isolation in here. And you are in this nice little sitting room almost. You recognize it from before. The screen doors that lead deeper into kind of like the actual tea room, this is the foyer, are closed at the moment. But what was a very like destroyed place has clearly been put back together, furniture righted, things repaired, roughly. If you don't look too close, it does look pretty nice in here, and probably did look a lot nicer when if you would have come earlier before the gang destroyed it. But you feel just like a lot of little touches of peace, lit incense and nice smells, soft music in the background. it just seems to a nice kind of like peaceful place to feel centered before entering into whatever area this is. And now I have to ask if Fish specifically mentioned the symbols hidden in the walls.
Totally.
Okay.
Yeah.
And May had a 17 on the symbol check.
Mhm.
Okay. Then I need Hal to roll a charisma saving throw, and May to roll a charisma saving throw with advantage.
I'll even tell you
Goodness.
exactly when it happened, because of course it doesn't make sense for it to have happened overnight while during the drinking. But while we're sitting down for lunch and Fish is doing the translations, they're like, oh, by the way, there was stuff in the walls.
Yeah, there was stuff in the walls.
I got an 18.
Okay.
Very tempted to use Fortunate Soul already, just in case, but
18. And for Cal,
That one. But for a total of 6.
okay. And let me get Kekino's stats. Where do I have my Kekino stats? Got it. Okay. That's a really low roll, boy. I don't think you add very much.
sorry, Patrick, if I were to use Flash of Genius for Cal, would it still be at that 1 at the end of the day?
Yes, basically.
Okay.
In the same way that nat 20s don't like automatically mean success on skill checks, I don't have nat 1s automatically mean failures, but it is essentially like a -3 in the same way that a nat 20 is like a +3. So yeah, you can't erase having a nat 1. It would help, but you don't necessarily know that it would help so much.
How many
Um,
flashes of genius can you do in a day?
3, and I've already used 1, and I want to
Save
I
it.
want to save them if possible. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. And Kekino fails. And
God.
May succeeds. May does not succeed so highly that she knows the effect of what has happened, but you have recognized that an effect is being caused by the symbols in this room. You could try and disable them in some way, which may help Cal and Kekino, but you don't know Cal and Kekino have been affected.
And what she can't pick what the symbols are, I'm assuming, because they're not symbols she's familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. I guess May is just going to be very wary until something gives her cause for actual alarm.
Yep. And for Kekino and Cal, hold on, let me write something really quick.
By the way, May has the papers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. But Fish still has the half in their jacket, though. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's like, here we are. Here's the stuff that we stole. Oh, by the way, if you want all of it, the other guy has it. Or, like, don't actually say that, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What Kekino and Cal experience is because they were aware the symbols were there, the DC was much lower. Cal with a total of, what was it, a 4? Charisma saving throw?
6.
6 total.
With a total of 6 and Kekino's total of 2 is too low to do even the reduced save DC, knowing that something could happen stepping into this room. You are now more susceptible to the charm magic of this person. This room is a preparation chamber to give her as many opportunities as possible of having the upper hand in any situation. So for both you and Kekino, there is no obvious change to your behavior. There's no obvious effect. You are going to be a little more trusting and a little more impressed by Hyungju than you would otherwise. In Cal's case, that might be more of a grudging respect. And the DC for subsequent charm effects from her will be higher for you, unfortunately, since you failed.
I will say May would say to Cal, like, oh, she's done something, but I don't know what.
Yeah. And I think Cal is a suspicious enough person to be like, okay, I may be under the effects of a spell, but I cannot tell what it is and what it's doing. And that's about when Kekino starts relaying the information about a dead body, like drained in some way, and Fish starting to freak out when you hear a voice from the tea room behind the screen say, come in, please take off your shoes.
May does.
Cal
Yeah, take off the
reluctantly
shoes.
puts away her nice
Goes
heels.
down.
Yeah, jumps down in height.
May laughs.
Cal goes up to like the little step into the room that you have and just goes, as you continue on and you slide the door open to see a woman sitting at a low table, a small burner with a pot of tea in a very elegant but not particularly expensive, clearly a matter of good taste rather than good price set. Waiting for you, and some cups and some cushions for you to join her. May sees a very attractive but also distinctive woman. Her face seems a little sharp, just kind of like sharp cheekbones, kind of sharp chin, maybe a face that beauty standards locally you don't know, but by Western standards may seem a little pinched, but it's a very distinctive face that is very pretty and attractive. Just objectively you can be like, yeah, she looks good. Long flowing hair with kind of a slight reddish tinge to it, auburn, very arresting eyes, and dressed not conservatively but traditionally, and wow. It dressed very traditionally, but looking very elegant and nice, but not showing like a lot of skin. To Kekino, this is definitely like on the candidates list for like obviously Fish's dad and Cal is mom. But if Fish gets with someone and I get stepmom, maybe I want this to be stepmom. Like Kekino is like, oh my goodness, pretty lady, she's so great. Cal sees in a very like Elise way, like pure sex on a stick. Just real. This woman is very hot and is weaponizing this hotness to manipulate and hurt other people. And in a very way that you kind of like recognize from Elise. So you're not like hostile to it, but you're kind of like, oh, well played. But you were like you were like experiencing different things, even though you see the same thing. This is the same woman, and like describing her objectively, you would get the same thing. You're getting very different energies looking at her. So she just welcomes you in and says, take a seat. We have some business to attend to.
May will firstly take out the sushi and the box of tea and place it, I guess, like on the edge of the table and says, lovely to meet you. I obviously I understand you might want to run your own spells on this, but I thought it was improper to guest your lovely, recently repaired household without some sort of gift. And then we'll take her jacket off and kneel on the cushions, like in the traditional style.
Thank you. She just kind of reaches over and like slides it over. She slits open the box, and I think that's the first time you realize like she looks like she has like kind of the long acrylic nails. They're sharp. They're like knife sharp. And she just like slits open. She like slits open the box and takes a deep breath and says, why don't we prepare this for the second round, if you wouldn't mind. Angelus genuinely had like claws in a way, like half a foot long, like razors coming out of her fingertips. These are just like long nails that are sharp. Yes, she seems wary to you, but not like overtly hostile in a way, as you take your spots. And Kekino comes and sits at the table, like sits on the cushion and kind of like puts his flippers up so he can kind of like have his head equal with the table. He's kind of like sitting on like not her side of the table, but clearly like close-ish to her for a guest to sit. Yeah, what does Cal do?
Cal is being probably like very like respectful and ladylike. I think she's probably good, even if she's not familiar with kneeling in sort of a Korean style. She is familiar with kneeling in general and is like mimicking May the best she can, and just very like polite and deferential. I don't know. Maybe she'd have temptation to take off the glasses.
Yeah, I think maybe taking off the glasses and just kind of setting them to the side a little bit, almost as like an unconscious, like the equivalent of unveiling in like the presence of an important conversation. Like you don't even necessarily realize you're doing it, but you just kind of like automatically take it off and put it aside. You know, you don't like hide the glasses, you don't like put them away so you can't put them back on, but just kind of like almost like an unconscious respect thing, especially under the effect of the spell. Maybe take them off.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like laying herself bare. I don't think she would necessarily take off her hair scarf, but she would maybe take off the glasses, which she uses as like a blocker from attention and stuff like that.
And
if she had a coat, she would have taken it off as well.
Yeah. And as you set up here, Kekino is a little agitated because he's getting the like, my dad's really panicked and freaked out, but also I'm in a nice place having a nice time, like kind of dichotomy thing of like pulling him in different directions. But as you settle, your host says, why don't we begin with some introductions? I, as I believe you know, am Hanju. And you are?
May Gladly, a pleasure to meet you.
Miss Gladly?
Cal's gonna go, Claire Dennis.
For just you don't catch it under the effects of the spell, but May does. Just like the ever slight narrowing of the eyes of like, I'm not sure if that's true or not. And then Kekino goes, I'm Kekino! Oh. Well. I knew you had a little friend with you. I didn't know he talked. Hello, Kekino. Hi. You're very pretty. Thank you. Well, if we can begin, I think I have some information you have come for, and you have some possessions that belong to me. And she starts, like, pouring tea while, like, making very steady eye contact with, like, each of you in turn.
Yeah. May is going to take the papers out from her, I don't know, pockets, wherever, and shows them and says, "You forgive me if I don't hand them over right away. But they are here. Spreads them on the table, but is very clearly like leaning forward, ready to snatch them back if she does anything stupid. Not that I think she would, but
She's looking at it and like looking it over, and she sees the paper that is torn in half, and just kind of like slowly leans forward and reaches out an arm, stops for a second and pauses, so you like know that she's going forward, and then reaches out and just kind of like slides that piece across the table and flips it around so she can see it. And this is how you treat things that don't belong to you, I see.
this is how I treat people who have a vested interest in remaining distrustful of strangers. It doesn't inspire faith, but I would like to make it very clear that the remainder of this paper will be returned. Once we finish with our transaction, we have no use. Besides, of course, a guarantee that you might endeavor to be more truthful than otherwise.
A very like
really like. Sorry, go on.
it just like a very small like nod of respect and a small smile of being like, oh, like another player of the game. But then she says, well, I can't imagine we can move on to a position of trust and information sharing by holding things back. And you feel like magic wrapping around her words as she suggests to you. Give me a charisma saving throw. Your DC for this, like right to her face, is going to be 16.
Jesus. Okay.
The amount.
What would it have been without me surviving the charm ring? Goodness.
Well, you mean what Kekino and Cal are dealing with?
Yeah.
20.
DC. Yeah.
Either 20 or 16 with disadvantage.
Okay. That's a natural 21.
All right, natural 21. You
How do you have a natural 21?
It's a nat 20. Rather than
No,
me going like,
listen,
21.
I like that Ellie
Yeah.
does this, that
Yeah.
she specifies.
No, it's fun. It means I don't have to ask. So I always want to ask for the total anyway.
I know what
Yes.
it means.
Ellie is rolling with a 30-sided die. I thought we were making that clear. That's how she rolls so high. Yeah. It's Ellie rules, you know.
it's actually because I got robbed to bless my dice this morning out of fear.
Wow.
Did he,
Well,
did he
I mean,
actually?
Yeah, he gave me a little kiss for me.
Thank
wow.
you, Rob. We
Yeah.
really appreciate it.
It worked. I remember you
It does,
rolling
yeah.
not great last session, I think. Yeah.
The fear of God has been put in me.
With a natural 21, you feel the effect on you. You can almost like see it for a moment in the air, and you see for just a moment, because you're watching her very closely, a flash of something in her mouth. And I think tongue studs are pretty rare at this point in time, but
Silver tongue.
may
Sorry,
operate in a in enough alternative circles to like have seen that before. For just a flash, it may be like a tongue stud or something like that. But there is something kind of like silvery white, like in her mouth, that you see for like a split second. As the spell kind of rolls over you and has no effect, you understand what it is. This is a kind of charm spell that she uses to like draw people in, and you recognize this as you got a 21. You recognize this as essentially an evolved predator response. In a moment, you start wondering if Hyungju is human, because this is the kind of thing that develops in magical creatures to kind of draw in prey. And with that thought and the 21, you smell a little bit of like fox musk. And for just a moment, as she seems to realize it has no effect and give like a slight grimace, her canines seem a little sharper than they should be, and then back to normal. And with that, you also know enough about the effect that you could you can like try and dispel it on the others or protect them against it. It would have to be
Actually,
like very active and blatant, like you're not going to get away with doing it secretly, but you could try and do something depending on like what spell effects you have, what items and stuff. You could try and like get Kekano and Cal out from under this influence.
Okay, would Fish have told May about the fox goddesses and gods, right? Like this isn't it's an obvious connection for
They've been like, this is Kitsune's grandmother, and Kitsune, his name is Kitsune, so like, guess what we're dealing with here?
Yeah, cool. Okay, just double checking. So I would like to think she immediately makes that connection that there's something going on there. With regard to either dispelling or shielding, more Cal, I think, than Kekano. Bless him, May is not too concerned about Kekano.
Kekano loves everybody. Just because it's because of magic this time doesn't make it that different.
Exactly. I don't know if I have any specific spells. Like I have counterspell, but I think whatever she's pushing will probably be beyond my capacity to counterspell.
With the 21, I think you know that you can counterspell like her actively pushing, like she did for you. You can't necessarily get rid of with that like the effect that is already affecting them, but you can counterspell like her trying to like more charm Cal or something. This is a very like low level effect they're under right now that just makes them more susceptible to that push.
Okay. How about this? Because Cal has one of May's infused stones, like the Sending Stone, and May can do magical telephony with her. Is there any way that May can, like, I don't know, share, like, a view of what this woman is like without that to give, like, at least Cal more of an awareness of what she's dealing with to actively look for?
I will say that if you do something like that, you can only use it once. So you have to pick your moment. You can essentially give Cal the opportunity to re-roll the saving throw she made in the foyer.
Manny, what do you think? Do you reckon hold on until like there's a potential moment where it could be really important?
I think holding on might be good, but I don't want to hold on so long that like Cal is on her side in a fight kind of thing. But we also don't know if they just win their saving throw either.
That's true.
I'll just pick up Cal. She's like, she doesn't even have her heels on.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe I think May might wait until Fish joins them, and depending on how fucked Fish is by it, then she'll potentially do it. I think for now they should just smile and say, the funny thing is about trust is that it goes both ways, Hyungju. I wasn't under the impression that using a charm spell quite led to that either.
Well, this is a dangerous town. Girl has to be able to protect herself. But yes, trust does go both ways. Why don't we trade information for information?
Sounds good. May slides back the pages, shuffles them together. How many pages were there? Like,
it was like 4.
No, 4.
7.
Okay.
7.
Okay. She says, by my count, we have 6 pages of full information. Sorry, 6 pieces of full information and 1 half piece at least until the remainder is returned. Slides across 1 page and says, what do you know about the manner of the god's death?
Usually you work up in the negotiation. You come out with the big information. I'm afraid as much as I want my belongings back, that is worth more than 1 page to me. But I do know that he entered this land metaphysically and spoke with and interacted with certain people that I can guide you to. Where he went after that, I do not know.
So just to confirm, you don't know where he died.
I and many others sensed a releasing of energy that could be associated with the death or perhaps severe injury of one such as him. When, where, how, these are all things to bargain for. And I think it's about this time that Fish is able to like rush in, and the slider door is already open. Fish, both between already knowing the symbols are there, and the fact that, unbeknownst to you, this is clearly supposed to be a like, yeah, sit here and relax and kind of like absorb these energies for a little bit before we start in, kind of thing. Means that Fish just kind of hustling through in a panic is absolutely missing a lot of the full effect. So I'm going to say Fish, make the charisma saving throw with advantage, and then your DC is also lower.
Nice. Okay. Okay. 22.
You're good.
Yeah.
It just kind of like washes over you, and you're like, "Sorry, I'm late. There was a guy. He was dead. Oh my God, Kekino, what are you doing?" You just kind of like come and join at the table. Absolutely, they kind of like, and she glares at you a little bit of being like, you know, entirely missing that kind of trap. But you can join them at the table.
Oh, like no, they pick up on it, but in the entirely the wrong way. With like they sit down and they're like, "Oh yeah, you're hot." Anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
Mate, and
Don't
May's
worry,
like,
you don't have to be
Fish.
insecure about it.
Fish your shoes. Take them off.
Oh, okay, yep. All right, yep. I would have said something about tracking blood in here, but there wasn't any fucking blood. Lady, you got a corpse next door.
Oh, really? That's unfortunately not uncommon in this area. Where next door?
Instead of answering that, like, uncommon for it to just be a sucked out husk of a dude.
A husk.
It's the
Interesting.
pleasure district, Fish.
Well, that's exactly what I'm thinking, mate. You see.
Get your foil hat on, let's do it!
That's exactly what I'm thinking, mate. You see, maybe not the time. All right. Hey, hi, I'm Fish.
Fish. Oh, Fish. She looks so like disappointed and goes, "I was told to expect you."
Your reputation precedes you once again, I see, Fish.
Always.
It seems I was mistaken about the kind of customer you are. Return my belongings. The fee for this information has already been taken care of.
You sure?
Yes, although of course I have many more tidbits to offer for a very fair price.
Okay, well, start giving us the old price sheet because we want to know as much as possible. I got to track this dude down if he is even dead. I'm on the clock here.
Okay, do you give over the sheets of information?
No, I think it's wary too, just because of how blatantly Hyungju's been using charm spells.
Yeah.
And I was a little bit like,
Fish at least can Okay, I'd like to roll a sleight of hand on how many that they can like get under one finger and just over to her.
Go for it.
Can I do an opposing at all? Or, sorry, sleight of hand is just with not the yes, click on.
Unnatural 20.
Okay. Dirty 20. You are absolutely May probably like slaps a hand down and you're just able to kind of like pull it out really fast and slide it over. It's not all the pages, but it is a chunk of them.
And still, they have the other half of the thing.
Forgive me for being somewhat suspicious of this so-called upfront payment that's already been sent through to you. How do we know that the truth? You are, not to be rude, but I think it's fair to say you have a vested interest in us agreeing with you. Gestures at the symbols.
She just kind of like smiles at her surroundings, like, yeah, I made a nice place here. But she focuses on you and says, the old fox has bought my services for this in repayment of a previous debt. I believe you know her as Lady Inari. She has already paid the price for this. But, of course, if you want additional information outside of the agreement, I am happy to serve, or I have other products that may interest you.
Relevance to the case?
If you wish, or if there's other things you wish to know, anything regarding the old fox's brother is covered by the agreement. So,
oh no, we'll take that then.
Oh, are you sure?
Sorry, I can see. I'm sorry, lady. I see you doing a thing, but like
I just do have so much to offer you.
I'm sure you do.
Charisma saving throw.
While Ake is doing that, I want to say that Cal has spent the entire time glaring at Fish and being like, how dare you piss this lady off? Mostly because all she needs a slight push to be angry at Fish.
Yeah.
18.
18. Because you successfully avoided everything before. Yeah, you're totally good. It just kind of like waves off you. I don't think that's high enough that you like recognize what it is and that like a spell had been cast on you in the same way that May got, but it's absolutely like yeah, sorry, I think we just want that. Anyway, yeah, I just think we just want that.
I'll say if Fish is sitting near Cal, she gives them a little kick. If not, she gives them a little like shadow shove of being like, stop being rude.
It's a small enough table that you could probably kick them, no matter where you were sitting.
May has an interest in other information she can offer, but she's going to reserve until we deal with this first.
Of course. Keep in mind, my prices are very fair.
You keep saying that like it's almost suspicious. Like, oh, don't worry, it's absolutely fair. Like, if you were more secure in your lie, you wouldn't have to sell it so much. I know all about that.
It's not a lie at all. There are many sellers of information in this city, especially in this region, and I personally think that what I require of payment is a lot less than you will find other places. But it's up to you. We can always discuss more business afterwards. You seem reluctant to return my property, so I will do the same. I'll give you the start of the information I owe you, and once you return the rest of my belongings, I'll give you the rest.
Sounds good. Let's go.
The old fox's brother. Well, he is a god, Lord Inari. My understanding is for both our people and those across the sea, god of rice, agriculture, prosperous agricultural growth. Of course, we've recently been affected by the war with our northern siblings. I first got word that a powerful presence was flowing through the air here about a week ago. And I directed him to, I followed it to a certain person in a certain part of town who seems to have met with the god, communed with him in certain ways, spoken with him in a way that allows the god to not manifest here physically. From there, I and others reported the presence moving north, and then the death or bursting or explosion, whatever, somewhere to the northwest of here. Hard to say for sure, of course, but I believe across the border.
Mm.
Could
Would
be
it be
more
less? Would it
specific.
be
of
less?
course.
Would it be less hard to say with shuffles over some more pages?
Do you have everything? Have you given back everything except the piece of ripped page?
Let's say like the half ripped page is the only one that's still sitting over with me.
Okay. She says, it seems that when he spoke to this person in the western side of the city, he communed with him and gave some boons of certain kinds before traveling north. My sources lead me to believe that they spoke of things, and if anyone would know specifically where the god was or what it was doing, it would be this person. That information was passed on to him.
Hmm.
I know, generally speaking, the area that the power was felt from, but I myself rarely travel across such a dangerous border and very rarely get information from it. So I can only speak generally about the area of the gods' potential passing. It is this man he spoke to that may know more.
Well, yeah, okay. We really appreciate your candor there. It sounds like that's all you've got for us. So I guess we will indeed seek out this dude.
Pretty
May, was
hard
there
without
anything
a
else?
name or introduction or anything else. There is, let's see, I believe at last census, 1.5 million men in the western part of our fine city. I'm sure you can look long enough, you'll eventually find him.
I'm glad that
Return
we're on the
my
same page.
information.
Okay, fine. The first half of the torn one, but like
Oh,
they keep the finger.
When oh sorry, no, so you're not actually passing it all the way over?
No, they're keeping their finger on it.
Okay. The moment Fish actually lets her take it, May's going to perform a mending spell, so it's one more piece
I
again.
think Fish was keeping back still the piece that is in the pocket.
Yeah.
Is
Oh,
that
I
true?
thought he
Yeah.
was. Okay,
Yeah,
I thought
they
it
have
was-
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have it still.
You are really kind of pissing this woman off, and she has tried to charm you a couple of times, and it has not worked. So when you're passing it over, she like puts a finger on the paper and then like jabs a fingernail into the finger you're keeping on the paper, like draws a little bit of blood. So you go, ow, and she pulls it away. And she turns to Cal and says, "Your friends are rather rude. It is so difficult to effect business when they meet you halfway, don't you find, Claire?"
I'm sorry. It's unfortunately typical behavior, especially for them. They are ornery and difficult, and May likes to get her way. Anything I can do to make this easier for you, apologies on both of their behalves. I don't know why they're being so rude.
Is this a moment where May can do the fucking thing?
You absolutely can do it. You just got to say that you're going to do it.
Yeah, May's like, fuck
I'd
off.
say do the thing.
Say
Yeah,
that.
do the thing.
That's it. And then, yeah. What do you need me to do?
Sorry, what was it?
With the magical telephony, like, forcing Cal to see the unspelled version of what's going on.
Yeah, you're really just like giving her a like foothold to challenge the magic of the spell. So she's gonna give me a charisma saving throw.
I'd like to fail this because I think it's funny. Yeah, I'd call that a. Oh, I forgot I have a high Christmas saving, which is very bizarre for Cal. I guess probably from life of being around Elise.
Pick it up.
Yeah.
Immunity there. 18.
18. Yeah, you do pass, which doesn't mean you avoid the like spell effects if she's pointing it at you, but you no longer have that like immediate like disadvantage essentially.
Yes,
against the
mummy,
spell.
sort of vibe.
Yeah, you're just kind of like they are being really rude, and then you're just kind of like, why am I defending this woman?
Yeah.
I mean, they are being really rude, but that's kind of normal, huh? But she kind of like sees Cal like blink out of it a little bit, and then turns back to everyone else a little bit a little bit steamed maybe, and just says, by my count, I am missing 1.5 pages of information. So, I'm afraid our business cannot conclude until I am given that back. And if you don't, I'm afraid I'm going to have to get testy.
Ooh.
May just gestures at Fish.
Sounds like a threat. And obviously you're confident in making it because we are 3 people and 1 seal, and you are 1 person.
Well, I believe Pekino is still a polite boy. I'm still polite!
Oh yeah,
Fish
he is.
is-
But he's polite, but he'll bite you good. I
Oh,
taught him that.
that's good.
Anyway, yeah, here, have the last half. Unfortunately, the it happened, got caught on a jacket, it went whirling away in the wind. The other half is gone, unfortunately.
She's asking about the deed page. She doesn't know that it's been taken by the gang.
Oh.
Does Cal have
Okay.
a copy of the page from her notebooks? I don't remember.
I don't believe so, because I thought we said no. The sleight of hand was really high. So,
It was, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, you would have had a chance to copy it before putting it back.
Cool. I'm gonna, unless you think that she's got enough, I think Cal's gonna start pulling out her notebook if no one stops her.
No, because
Sure.
no one would know that either that this paper is being
Yeah.
stolen. So she would, yeah. As far as she knows, that's all the paper they have that they're giving her. What I'm saying is, yes, I'm happy as May.
Yeah,
Now.
we're all
Yeah.
in favor of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Cal goes full, but I have the other slipper.
Yeah.
She takes back this ripped piece and the missing page. Listens to your explanations about how it was taken, and has anybody like had any of the tea yet?
No.
Yeah, Cal.
May is not fucking touching that tea.
Kakano has probably been drinking the tea.
Of
He's like,
course.
I'm made of this. There is a very minor, like very low level truth spell on the cups of just like encouraging people to speak the truth in order to, once again get information. Since none of you are under that effect except Kekano, she is not as like immediately sold.
Cal definitely drinks them too.
Oh, okay. Then she is willing to believe you, and it's like, oh yeah, they got this copy. Here you go. Which means you don't need to roll persuasion to convince her that you're not holding something back. She sighs and gathers up her papers and kind of puts them away, and then as she kind of settles herself, seems more in control again, she looks back at you and says, very well. The man you are looking for is Shi Huan, the elder of the local chapter of the House of the Dragon. It's the keeper of a bell temple in the west of the city. And it is my understanding that he was who interacted with the god and may have more information. I will lead you to him and facilitate the introduction at your earliest convenience. Although preferably not tonight, as due to recent activity, I think I may need to move once again.
Yeah, it's a real shame. If you need help, moving furniture and stuff, I have gotten quite buff in the past 2 years, and I'm happy to offer. Well, I mean, you offered your services to me, didn't you?
I can see that. That would actually be quite helpful. Yes, if you wouldn't mind. It's difficult. There's a lot of furniture, some of which has been broken, as you can see. But, the door is small. You really need 2 people to help angle it out. I would greatly appreciate that help.
And 2 heads are better than 1, 4 arms better than 2, and that applies exponentially. So, May.
Yeah, Cal at this point has already been like, I'll help too.
The man is so exasperating. The 2 of them. And just kind of wearily is like, totally very wearily like, trust me. But outwardly, politely. Sure.
So you see,
we can't do anything else anyway.
So you see, we're playing ball, we're playing fair.
Of course. Well then, after I lead you to this man, my agreement with the old fox is complete, and we'll be free to engage in business again. But of course, I will have to insist on my prices, which are of course negotiable depending on the information you want. Is there anything else I can help you with before we enjoy some of this tea that Miss Gladly brought and perhaps start helping?
No, you already. Sorry.
So I was just going to ask, did she confirm that payment from Inari only goes to information about this case? Or would she?
Yes, she is pretty clearly like, Lady Inari didn't pay. I owed her a big favor, and she's calling it in by doing this, and I made certain binding agreements that I can't get out of. She's genuinely like, when she's talking about like this payment, she's like squirming. Any of you can give me an insight check on her now, like with guard slightly more down than it was before?
Fish was just going to ask directly.
Don't worry, man. Fish is just going to ask.
Ask like what the agreement was.
Would you why'd you owe her? But with dialogue. No, there's no reason to pour the new tea when we've already got the one right here. Gulp all of it. they didn't realize it was going to be the truth tea, and now we can just have fun with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the reason why I'm doing this is because I owed Lady Inari myself. So would you owe her?
Well, the exact details, and she's like taking a sip from her tea. You don't know if she's got like the mug that doesn't have the symbols or whatever, but she's sipping along with you, probably to show you it's not poisoned. But is like the details of what I owed her are private, unfortunately, but there are many of my kind with such bonds of debt to Lady Inari. She enjoys operating in that way, putting people in her debt and binding them with very stringent agreements.
Oh yeah, I definitely got that impression. I meet the lady, and within 10 minutes, she's like, "Oh, and do you want to get a deal out of this one?" And I'm like, "Well, I have no other options, so yes."
Yes.
Yeah.
You do have to respect the hustle, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you just want to keep like talking about Lady Inari, she's basically like, of course, across the sea. I understand she's a goddess, so she's used to getting her way. She's not a goddess here, of course, just a very old
No.
fox, the
Yes.
oldest of us.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. No, the old Ninetales will always get her way, and we must simply survive that wave.
Yeah, dealing with gods. I mean, not that she's exactly one here, but that sort of ilk. And I'm allowed to say this because I'm a godkin myself. But like, they're all
Really?
assholes, right? Like they're so entitled.
She really like she's like, oh yeah, no, they're so pushy. They always try to get their way, and you're like, I'm Godkin, and she like sharpens and kind of like leans forward, and she goes,
May's just
really? I would offer you a discount on my services. Then it is very interesting. I've always wanted a certain something from a Godkin.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think I'm donating right now.
Oh,
No, that's
donation. No, services in kind.
okay. Well, like you say, it's probably tonight is not the night for the exact doing of goods and services. However, I won't lie to you. You are hot. I'm not interested.
Oh, thank you. And of course, that can be part of our arrangement. And she kind of like very like demurely like stands and kind of like shifts Kekino over, so she's now like a little closer to Fish and just like placing a hand on his knee, and is like, but of course there are other services I can offer, information or.
During all of this, Cal quietly and
Cigarette.
angrily goes, "Hold on."
I smell cigarettes. Perhaps you have a habit you want to quit, or some part of yourself you wish to change. I can help with that,
Okay, thanks to Truth Tea, Cal absolutely blurts, "Yes, they're a chain smoker."
And thanks to Truth Tea, yes, I'm a chain smoker.
Oh, no. Vices are one thing, but you can't let them control you.
I am not. Yeah, I'm absolutely controlled by it. It's like one of the only things that I've really got going on. Like it's one of my hobbies, and that's no good, isn't it? Right? That's too much.
Disgusting.
Well, I can rid you of that need for, as I said, a low price.
That's very kind of you to offer.
Thank you. I'm getting.
What if she pays for it? What if she pays for it? Would that be? Because I'll do it if you're paying, Denya.
I am willing to negotiate different payments. However, since I do want a godkin, as you said, I would afraid if she pays, it will have to be a higher price.
Just don't you dare.
Well, okay. She pays for me getting over cigarettes. I pay for her. What do you want to do? What do you want from what do you want?
I'm kind of in the mood for like clams, like shellfish. Can I pay for like shellfish? Is that something you offer?
No, sweetheart, no. You're not involved in this.
I don't know. The honor of her attention and wisdom?
Was just he drunk
No.
again?
No.
No, we saw what that was like. This isn't that.
If that's the deal that she wants. I suppose we all benefit from it.
No, that's a waste of a favor from a
Oh, it's not a
fish
favor.
man
It's a
positive.
service in kind.
Oh, a service in kind. I think Collegius has had enough of your attention. Has had enough already. Perhaps you could let us know if you've heard of a creature named Jonas.
I could not hear you. You
You cut
turned
out
away
so
from the mic
much.
for just a moment.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So I said perhaps you could let us know if you've heard anything about a creature named Jonas.
I may have heard some whispers. That is not particularly sensitive information, nor is my information very detailed, but I can also search out this information for you, which will, of course, be a higher price.
Would you mind
I kn-
giving me the actual price?
Oh, of
What do you
course.
want from us?
If Fish would like to remove the physical dependence of cigarettes, that will only cost 8 months, I believe. But for you, Claire, I'm afraid it would have to be a year and 3 months, or I would accept a year and a cash payment. For
Sorry,
you,
you're
Miss
saying a
Gladly.
year.
Of
You need to take
labor?
out life force.
Oh,
No, like
yes.
she means labor, surely.
No, she doesn't fish. Life force.
Oh, yes. Yes. 8 months of your life. It is, I would say, less of a arduous price for mages such as yourself. You do have quite a bit extra.
Mm.
Well, that supposes that we are killed before our time.
Oh,
And how much
no,
would cash payment be?
Miss Gladly, I assure you, natural lifespan.
And how much would it be in cash, purely?
Well, unfortunately, cash does not spend quite as much as food. Life is, of course, harder to come by. But I would say that without, of course, tasting the life of a godkin, that the cigarette's habit would have to be. Let's see. And she gives a local price that's essentially the equivalent of 30 gold, which is
Kel's like, you spent that just on bribing the guy outside the door.
like decent, which is like, decently pricey. That's like a nice magic item at a low level. It's not
while they're
nothing.
talking.
It's not nothing, but it's not super expensive. And for the
Rab's the
Jonas
best.
information, getting what she already has will be 5 gold. Getting her to seek out information is essentially a retainer of 30 gold plus extra for depending on what she finds. If you are entirely doing it in cash, she accepts cash, life force, and drugs.
Okay.
What?
Is the truth tea like a compulsion thing where you can
It is.
like
It is very minor. It is like. It's absolutely that being like. I've had one alcohol and am therefore like more likely to be honest, but also I know I've been drinking, so I'm actually making the choice to be more honest, and the alcohol is just the excuse, whether or not that's actually true. It's that kind of level of just being like, you're a little more likely to express what you would otherwise keep inside. It's a very minor effect.
Okay, well, just next time that Jonas is on the subject is Jonas, Fish just goes, I named that guy.
Really?
Yep, after myself. Well, not, given name, everything.
Interesting. I'll have to remember that.
Cal is grappling with May, trying to get the purse, and is like, May, 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 I'm desperate, please.
May's like hand on Cal's head, holding the purse out of the way. And turns to Fish and says, I'll pay it, but if you fucking take it up again, I will then send her after you. Gauntlets on.
I should say, in the interest of clarity, that this procedure will remove the physical necessity, but not the habit. Fish will have will no longer need to smoke cigarettes or be a chain smoker, but may still want to or wish to take up smoking again.
No, absolutely not that. No. No, that's
Cal,
not
in all seriousness, still trying to grab the purse, is like, how many more years for completely removing it?
Well, that requires,
cigarettes taste like vomit.
That requires, training, an amount of time Fish would have to stay here. Every time you look at a cigarette, I hit you with a crop. That's a whole process separate from what I absorb. No, it's genuinely a thing of being like, when people quit smoking, there's two factors, which is the wanting a cigarette and there's the actual addiction to nicotine. This removes the addiction to nicotine, but doesn't remove smoking's cool and that's what I was doing every day. So just like out of habit, I'm going to pull out a cigarette and then be like, wait, no, I'm quitting. Like that level of the behavioral dependence is still there, but that's way easier to kick than the physical dependence.
Fish looks at May, looks at Cal, looks at Kekino. What's Kekino looking like? How's he doing?
Kekino is like, Collisionist said that the cigarettes would kill Dad, so no price is too high because Dad needs to live forever. That is true. You're very smart, lady. You're very smart. Thank you.
Fish goes to Cal. Is that why you had to touch my chest? To, feel it? The death of the lung?
Yes, I can't really speak for what I was doing last night, but I assume...
Okay, do it now. Do it now and tell me. If it's still happening, then I'll do it.
Hyungju shoots a look at May and then lifts an eyebrow and goes back to watching this and being like, ooh.
Fish starts unbuttoning their shirt.
Yeah.
Obviously you need skin to skin contact.
Yeah, do it right now.
Cal, I think, is, I don't know, enough by the charm spell and the truth tea of just being like, fuck it, this might as well happen, and just puts a hand on their chest and then just puts a hand and then drags it down until she hits the lung with more damage.
Do we need to leave?
I'll take that Suju now if you're offering.
It's slow, but it's... Yes, I'm...
He cracks the top and just pours a little, passes it over to you. Two of them are just drinking and watching this show.
She's like, does this happen all the time? And May's like, in the last week? Yes.
In the last 24 hours? Yes.
Yeah. They didn't talk to each other for 2 years. Really?
It shows.
All right. Okay. And the most important thing, really, apart from me dying, is that you don't tell Kekano any more distressing shit. If I do this, if I give her 8 months of my life, can you promise me that?
Don't do the 8 months. Don't. That's stupid. Use the gold. Like, Meg uses that
Yes,
to
let's
tip
all use May's gold.
shining her shoes.
Okay, but
What
like
did you say,
everyone.
Ellie?
I said yes, let's all use May's gold. Let's no one else offer the pigeon any money.
And then what did you say, Ink?
Oh, just I'll like let her get a taste of the godkin. Like it can't be bad to have a bit of experience with it. Come on, I'm being charitable here.
I'm trying to spare and extend your life. Don't give it away in other ways.
8 months?
And I don't think Cal says anything about that.
It is, of course, natural life. Death by old age. Very few people ever reach death by old age. Usually it's
Exactly.
disease or violence that takes them out. Most people don't even notice what I take. And you're mages, you'll notice it even less. What, 1,000 years? 900?
Exactly. I don't
8
intend
months.
on living till old age. Like something has to take me out. And also, the dude up next door seemed pretty happy about his predicament. I feel like I've made the connection that you did that to him. Like that's not
No. What
Oh,
would make
come
you
on.
think
Come
that?
on. No. You
Oh.
can be
They
honest
destroyed
with me.
my shop, Fish.
Oh no, I totally get it. I'm not. This is not coming from a judgmental place. It's like we're all friends here. We're being on. Take the 8 months. Do it.
This is my
Fourth
joke.
shot.
This doesn't have to be canon. I like to think that Fish put a hand gripping Cal's wrist, so now they're like facing the lady, and is still like holding Cal's hand to the.
That
Like
would be
she's
very
like a
funny,
stick.
but no.
What?
That'd be very funny.
No,
but
yeah.
All right, you're giving the 8 months?
Yeah.
All right. She takes your other hand very gently, looks you in the eyes, cups your face into the back of the neck, pulls into a hard makeout. And the two of you, make me perception checks. Unless Cal is like, I actively do not want to be understanding what's happening here.
Unless
That's
like
right.
she has to turn her face away and cover her eyes and do.
That's a natural 28.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Damn.
No one's like, this mate.
The two taken off guard just like have to lean in and understand what's happening.
Well, I got a 12, which I think is probably appropriate in Cal just feeling very overwhelmed by this whole thing.
Yes. That's
Grabs
absolutely
Kekino and like turns him away.
that's absolutely a level of like but just like I can't not look.
Like the Annie in Community in the episode where they're doing the naked pool.
Yes. It is hard, it is hot and heavy. With a nat 20, you see a flash of white, and as they separate for just a moment, there is what looks to be a large pearl balanced on both of their tongues. That Fish seems not aware of it. There is some flow of like almost a barely visible white mist going out Fish's throat through and into the pearl before it goes back into her mouth. And Fish, this feels amazing. It is genuinely like you're getting honestly just what is like explicitly like a better than average sloppy makeout. It feels like good sex, and it ends way too soon. You are euphoric, you feel great, your thoughts are really fucked up. You are under the effect of the charm condition temporarily, and essentially you're gonna roll intelligence checks with disadvantage for like the next 20 minutes
Nice.
as you are functionally drugged. But yes, something about this process, whether it's some magical effect or some like natural property like a venom or something, is extremely euphoric, and you understand why people who leave here seemingly really high, and the gang was like, well, clearly she's selling drugs here while she's actually trading people for their life force. And
Yeah.
also, I think you understand in this moment, it would take a lot of self-control to be able to push off someone drinking from you in this way and stop them from drinking you dry and killing them. You understand why those two guys died, because they did not really have a chance. She's choosing to stop drinking from you or not in this point, unless you're really gonna dig deep. And almost before it seems to begin, like before it got to the good part, she is letting you go. The pearl rolls back into her mouth and seems to disappear. May with a nat 20, she looks flushed. She is happy. She's glowing. She genuinely is like maybe like a solid 3% hotter after absorbing Fish's energy, and you can see it kind of like incorporate into like her body and her life stream, as clearly this is how her people like gain power and life force. And with a nat 20, Cal cannot see this. Pretty much everything else you got like little glimpses of. This absolutely Cal cannot see without the nat 20. For just a moment, you see the outline of 3 giant foxtails and feel when one rests on your shoulder for just a moment as her face seems to almost become more canine. The eyes, sclera goes black for just a moment before you see a very hot woman sitting here ending a makeout sesh with Fish. It objectively lasts for like maybe 3 seconds. 2 of you, stranger just made out with Fish in front of you. Obviously it feels like longer, but you understand it was 3 seconds. Fish, it feels like maybe 10 minutes. You were just like, you were sailing the sea in there, pal. It is great. And as it ends and your heartbeat slows, you're probably like, God, now I want a cigarette. And then you realize you don't. And then you realize you don't. But you do still want a cigarette. But you don't. But you do still want a cigarette. But you don't.
Yeah.
But I mean, sex and cigarettes, it's a thing. But you don't need one.
Yeah, chemically, not at all. But like habitually, yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't have any on my movie right now, which is a factor in like keeping it from happening.
I think especially with the nat 20, Hyungju like sits back and her eyes seem a little glazed, like that was maybe stronger than she was expected. I think with May's nat 20, for just like a second in kind of the magic around her face, you see like a slight like motes of dust forming, like a man pulling in a fishing net and a woman sewing at a loom, and just like little bits and pieces from like human history as she got like a little bit of connection magic from Fish. I was like, that was excellent. Thank you, Fish. And I hope you're happy with your purchase. And of course, anyone else that would like to make any deals, I'm of course open for business.
Mm-hmm.
You guys alright?
Yeah. Can I
Okay.
have a drink? Can you pour me a drink too?
It just pours you a shot of soju, slides it over.
May, if no one else is going to continue along this vein, is going to pull the conversation back to the deal about Jonas.
Yeah, go for it. Fish is just going to sit there in silence.
Yeah. And she also says, she adds to that surveillance list any mentions of Howard Carter.
Mr. Carter, has he been active in this area?
Well, he's meant to be dead, but I'm
Ah,
somewhat concerned that may no longer be the case.
very well. I'll accept the retainer payment up front in gold, souls, or sometimes I accept drugs. They have a high street value here. And
Yes.
then after I find the information, if I find nothing at all of interest, it's paid. You paid your retainer, it's done. If I find things of mild interest, of course only a mild payment afterwards, and we will adjust prices from there based on importance.
So how much is it now for Jonas and Howard?
To look for both Jonas and Howard. Well, if Howard is dead, that should be rather simple. But of course, Jonas, I've heard, is a dangerous figure. Why don't we agree to a starting retainer of 45 gold? Or, if you prefer, 1 year and 6 months.
Sorry, Patrick, can I tweak something? Not just mentions of whether Howard is still alive, anything that she might have heard, someone might know about involvement beyond mortal stuff. Yeah.
She's just kind of like, well, if he's actually dead, I'm gonna find nothing. If he's alive, I'll find stuff, and I'll be able to wring that price out of you when I come and be like, I know something you don't know. But if it's okay, confirmed that he is dead, nobody's heard of him. That's easy money.
Oh, but if he's dead, but there's someone knows that he was involved in magical stuff.
Yes, she'll up the.
Yeah.
She'll up if you clarify that. She'll up the price to 50 of just being a little bit of a harder look.
Yeah, she'll clarify a little bit. And then May will say, in regards to life force, does it always have to be like that?
Oh well, Miss Gladly. I mean, we could retire to my room if you would like.
Why was I
Max
not
rolls
given
her
this
eyes.
option?
And she says, "No, I don't mean taking it to the next phase. I mean, can it be as simple as a touch?"
Oh, in the opposite direction.
Yes, darling. Yes,
It does require a little bit of.
happily partnered.
Oh, well,
At the
this
same
does
time she
not
says
need to-
happily partnered, Cal says practically engaged.
Oh, well, of course, this doesn't mean anything in a romantic sense. Those services require different payment. But I can, without having to extract the chemicals required to lose a physical dependency, it does not need be nearly so intense. If I may.
Maybe this isn't an agreement of payment. I just want to understand the alternatives.
She's
It's you just touch my hand or something.
she's angling to get cash. She's looking to get paid. So
Yeah.
she comes in close to you and kind of whispers into your ear and says, "Of course we can pass through sex, but if you want something a little milder," and she kind of brings her face really close to yours. You can feel her breath, but you're not actually kissing. She's very in your personal space. "This is about the least I can do and still effect a transfer, if you want."
Megan's not phased by this. She's kind of yes, with the axe. Come on. So we go it all up. Was that what you said, Patrick? 50?
50.
Yeah, sure. I thought. I'm
You
tempted
can
to have
also
the life
split.
force.
You can also split cash and life.
Yes. Yeah, that would be great, thanks. I'm also thinking it'll if she does a bit of the own life.
We
You
lost
cut out
that.
for a moment. Yeah.
I was thinking it'll also upset Cinna if she goes to the Life Force, which is tasty and delicious.
Yep.
And
Okay.
it has so much money, though, so from a meta standpoint, I don't want to drop my money.
But one thing you should be considering is you're not working at the dig site. What's your cash flow going to be like from now on? Because if this
Exactly.
is like we're going to be adventuring for a while, I'm going to be spending a bunch of money on bribes and stuff every single day. That's going to run out pretty fast. If you're
It
like,
will.
yeah,
It
we're
will.
we're finishing in Seoul in like 2 days, and then I'm going back home and starting work again. No problem. You got a job.
Oh, let's just do more Life Force. Let's really fuck this shit up. He's making bad, stupid decisions this
Okay.
season. We already
You
spoke
want
about
you
that.
want full life force or like 50-50 or what?
Let's do 50-50.
Okay. Subtract 25 gold, and then she will subtract a little under a year of your life force.
Yep.
Yes, she does genuinely like get very close into you, and waits just a moment and says, "No need to be nervous. Often I provide my clients with some aromatherapy or massage oils. Relax, drop your shoulders. I'll be
Darling, I was on the
just
front lines of 2 world
moment.
wars. This does not make me nervous. Please get on with it. I have places to. Oh, and furniture to move. She's not being a total bitch, but she's just like, yeah, come on, like this is a deal. Get on with it.
She now that it is not like disguised by the makeouts because her face is getting really close to you, the two of you see more accurately how her face kind of like tightens and becomes a little more fox-like, and she seems to genuinely be like sucking something out of May. May, for like a very brief moment, which would have been disguised by like Fish's flush in the makeouts, but without that is not disguised. May looks like slightly pale for just a moment before her like healthy skin tone comes back for just a moment, as like it did genuinely like painlessly. No problem. It is euphoric, like it is for Fish. So that's something for May to feel guilty about, because you did not fuck this woman. It feels like you did.
Yeah.
Yeah, just sucks it right out of you, and she goes, "And we're agreed."
I'd say a pleasure doing business with you, but I fear that would be too on the nose.
I think it's a pleasure for both of us.
Mhm.
Miss Claire, anything I can do for you?
Cal's having a time. She's gonna look, and then she's going to look genuinely, deeply regretful and be like,
Morally, religiously, I cannot agree to anything. And I do not know what I could require of you that would offset the very careful spending I must do.
And I was thinking about this personally, and I was like, I guess she could ask for information about like the black dog and stuff like that, but I don't think she's desperate quite yet, and this is a big like moral conundrum for her.
Yeah. You can do a religion or arcana check to be like, how kind of iffy religiously is this? I think that's just a religious check.
Okay. What is that? 25? 25.
Yep. Okay. With a 25, it's not spending your soul. It's also not spending your soul. Like the life force that she's taking, from what you can tell, is definitely like a component of what necromancers consider the soul. And so this is very much a gray area. You could lose like this much of kind of like this soul energy, this feeling, this power, this life energy by just kind of like spending too long going into death, or like looking into death for too long of a time. So it's not like this is entirely off limits, not allowed. It's not great. And it's not something you'd necessarily want to be bragging about to your necro friends, but it's not terrible. It's very much like a religious gray area for necromancers.
Also, Fish like leans over and goes, And I will absolutely hold on to if you did it to break to Jamal at the worst possible time.
Ooh, who's Jamal?
No boyfriend.
Oh, I
Yeah,
understand.
with the truth tea, I think at the same time, much quieter. She goes, my partner.
Oh, you seem a little nervous about that. Is everything going well?
Yes, maybe, probably, yes.
Hmm.
I don't know.
He
Oh,
wants
well,
to fuck
why-
me.
I understand that can create difficulties in a partner.
Cal goes, he does not.
Yeah, he does.
He doesn't.
Yeah, he does. You weren't there. You don't know.
He's not interested in that kind of thing.
Really? Well,
What
some,
kind of things?
well, some are not.
And that's okay.
Of course. Of course. And are you interested in that sort of thing? I imagine it's hard when your needs aren't being met.
I think Cal, for the first time, like,
Ian,
puts a hand on her
Objection.
throat and being like,
Leading
why
the
am I
witness.
talking?
I do offer a beginner's course for a not unreasonable price. 5 nights. We'll do some basic training. We'll just see what your limits are, how things are. It's very common for new couples that are too nervous to explore with each other.
Fish goes, I'll do it for free.
She glares at Fish, and then she's like,
I don't know. Is it? It just seems. I don't know. It's.
why does everyone else seem to think about this so much?
What are we talking about? Why are we talking about playtime?
Don't worry about it, Kick. No, we're gonna go. We're gonna move some furniture, but then we're gonna go home to, not home, but to hotel. We're gonna go hotel.
Okay, it's just that Colliginous is squeezing me real hard.
Stop doing that, didn't you?
I'll let him go.
And she goes, thank you for the offer. I
Of
suppose.
course, no pressure, just for you to think about.
Yeah, I haven't been
let's-
thinking about it. I haven't been thinking about it at all.
Really?
I have been
Well,
thinking about this the whole
sometime-
time.
sometimes it's healthy
been
to
thinking
check
about
in
it at
with
all.
yourself. She's absolutely like, to be clear, I also work as a prostitute. And you know what every prostitute has to be good at? Therapy. You know how many guys have been like crying in my arms afterwards? I have a reputation to maintain. I'm good at this. I'm working on this too. No, you're not willing to pay the money. That's okay. I understand. No pressure. Yeah. She takes another shot of soju, and while Cal is probably like putting herself back together, is like, let's move some furniture.
Yeah.
Most normal thing we've done all day. So go on, rolls up the sleeves.
You get a long start moving some furniture. You realize, well, we don't want to spend too much time here. The longer we're here, the more likely the gang is to see us helping this woman and maybe find their dead people that she killed pretty recently.
Yeah.
You get going. You work together. Hyunju, you notice, is absolutely the moving supervisor, making sure you don't like break stuff. It
Of
does.
course.
It does coincidentally seem to be that every time you're moving something and it gets awkward and there's like not enough space for another person, she's always the one that drops off. Cal absolutely catches her holding a table by like just putting her hands up and like not actually touching it to not like do any work. She's just getting you to do the work and only kind of mildly helping. But after you are finished and she has hailed a larger pedicab that can help transport this stuff somewhere else, she says, "Thank you so much for your help. I'll let you know what I've heard so far. The being you called Jonas has not been seen in this area, but some people claiming to represent him have been using his name.
Sent him.
Is he still in the old man body?
I don't know. I don't know that I've seen him.
He was gonna be. He could have stayed in mine. He could have been hot.
Oh, it was going to be in your body? That's the kind of relationship? Interesting.
Mm. I mean, not like. Okay, hold on.
I
I'll help
understand.
with the furniture.
The three of you, I understand why my services were turned down. There's a lot of sort of messy relationship things here.
Yeah.
When you say representing, are you talking about an organization or individual agents?
I don't know if it's anything as formal as that, but I have heard some deals being made, some things happening, and one of the parties perhaps responding to reluctance by saying, if you don't handle this for me, I'm going to have to tell Jonas that you failed, and he may have to handle it personally. Things of that nature. Of course, you've paid for research, and I will see if there's any truth to these claims. Of course, if there's any boogeyman in the closet, there will always be those who claim to represent them to boost their own credibility. And I will try to find the secrets of those.
He was in a ruin, actually.
Ish.
Mm.
Enough.
Okay.
My mate's like, do not talk about the ruins.
Do not talk about the ruins with someone who deals in secrets. She is instantly like, something there, file it away, get fish drunk, get them to tell about the ruins, make lots of money.
May says, right, well, when you do have this information, how will you find me?
You can leave a calling card with me, or the hotel perhaps, a forwarding number. And of course, I'll be in contact with you over the next day or so to arrange the meeting for your mission, you know, seeing Xihuan. But
Can maybe just infuse a stone for her?
yeah, if you want to. You
Yeah,
also
let's do that.
you also, because of the way your powers work, if you do it through the infusion rather than like making her a new sending stone, you can also for the one part, it is a limited resource, so you do have to keep that in mind, that like now you can infuse less items. But on the other hand, if it's infused, you can literally just choose to take it back and make it a normal rock. So it is a thing of being like, you can cut the connection whenever you want, rather than giving her like a permanent line to you.
No, okay, I think what May will do is at some point in the evening, over the next couple of days, May will make a pair of sending stones, because then she can just literally chuck it away if she doesn't want to hear from this woman again. So
Yep.
Yeah.
yeah,
like,
so she says,
like
I'll
throwing your phone in the river when you break up with an ex.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, so she just tells her, like, I'll leave a way for you to contact me at my hotel. You can pick it up at your leisure.
Very well. And I will reach out to my contact. Excuse me. I'll reach out to my contacts, and I should be ready to meet with you tomorrow at your hotel, let's say 10 o'clock, to either give you an update on Xihuan or to take you to meet him, depending on what I can turn up.
Right, well, we're done here.
Yeah.
Very well. Have a good night. She just kind of like hops up into the cab where all of like her stuff has been lashed, and she just like leans out to the driver, hand on the shoulder. You could feel the magic coming off her as she goes, be a dear and take the long way. I want to see the river. As he runs off. Yeah, and you're in the pleasure district. mission success, seemingly. You get the sense that Hyungju is a very transactional, incredibly selfish person, so you don't know how bad it would be if you didn't have the protection of this deal. Might be dangerous to go to her in the future. You notice that she stopped using the charm effects on you as soon as you confirmed that you were part of this deal. People may not always be in their right mind when they agree to trade, information for 5 years of their lives or something like that. Some of these may be done under kind of duress or disabled conditions. So, obviously, a very dangerous person to continue to have like a close relationship with, but someone you may be able to work with in the future.
Yep.
Yep. All right, you want to head back to the hotel, and I think we do need to wrap up tonight's session, unless there's anything else that you want to take advantage of.
That sounds good to me. Finishing up.
All right, I'd say you get some dinner, head back to the hotel. Everything is all good. The concierge mentions seeing the woman who dropped off the note again at like 2:00. Clearly, you were out to lunch, and she went and tried to like break into your rooms and couldn't because of the arcane lock. Things seem to be on their way. Hopefully you don't have to go to North Korea, but we'll see.
We're gonna have to go to North Korea.
Hopefully. We're allowed to have hope.
Yeah. And if you do have to go to North Korea, it seems like Hyungju has some information about potential like smuggling operations that may get you over the border or something like that. You could do that, but what's the price on that going to be? We'll see.
Yep.
Okay, and with that, I think we will end today's session. Next time, we will be making contact with the South Korean version of the Sanctuary, some sort of big and important people, and find out if Hyunju's information can be trusted. Until next time.